Ooh, okay. Hold on, hold on. Alright. Wait, let me see if everything's good. Before I start this muted again. See, we're streaming. Okay. Okay. Whew. It's been a little while, man. Welcome everyone to the live stream. Welcome to part 9 of our Higurashi visual novel playthrough. I know it has been quite a little while since we've last streamed this game. I've had so much going on. Some of them were like plans with family that happened on the weekends because I'm usually busy throughout the weeks. And some other things have been the holidays, of course. We just had New Year's and Christmas that just passed recently. I hope you all had a happy holidays, but we are done. We are back, and I have so many huge plans for stream and for the channel. So I'm not going to be announcing them here. I think I'm just going to make an announcement video where I drop all the details just so everyone can find it on YouTube. But I plan to get back into the Higurashi streams every single week, Friday, 1 p.m. EST, and also I have finally figured out the problem with my Elgato. I have done a number of tests, I've tried playing a number of games, and so we're gonna get into I guess other games outside of just Higurashi. We're gonna play those as well, starting with Nier Replicant. So I'll be announcing when I do the first stream of that very soon. Stay tuned for that. But regardless, how's everyone doing today? Let's see. Yo, Nafhan? Wait, let me see. Nafhan? Oh, okay, it's your name backwards. Okay, I see what you did there. Welcome to the live stream. I'm glad you can make it. Let's see. It's been a little while, so I gotta check all my settings and make sure they're all good. I've also been doing a lot of, like, tests on Twitch, so I gotta make sure all my Twitch stuff is down and my YouTube stuff is up. Okay, this looks good. Good. Alright, and if there's any point during the stream where you notice either my voice is too loud, or the music is too loud, or maybe you can't hear the background voices, feel free to let me know, and I can always adjust those. Let's see. I think we're looking good. I think we're just about ready to start this. Oh yeah, and also I know on the screen right now it says no song playing, but I gotta fix that. I'll fix that for the next stream. I didn't have time to do it this stream. But anyways, let's see. I love your reaction videos. Thank you so much. I'm glad you've been enjoying them. What's a series that you've been watching lately on my channel? Because I'd love to know what series kind of reeled you into my channel. But it looks like we are good to go and ready to dive into this. So let me open up Higurashi. Whew, we're almost at 24 hours. We're at 23.9 hours into Higurashi When They Cry. Man. Remember, check your calendars. We have Umineko coming in 2030. So make sure you mark your calendars and count the days. Because we have, what is that, 8 years until we get to it? I've been watching Kimetsu and Komi and also Jujutsu Kaisen. Let's see. I've been loving all of those. Unfortunately, oh wait, hold on, the music. Okay, I've been loving all of those. I'm so sad that Komi ended so soon. The good thing is we're getting a season 2 very soon, so I can't wait for that. Kimetsu has been phenomenal. This second season, they started it off with a bang, and I hear it's only getting better from here, so that's awesome. And then when it comes to Jujutsu Kaisen, I unfortunately stopped reacting to it just because I was late to the party. Everyone had already seen it, so I think I stopped around episode 14. But just recently, I finished the rest of it so that I could catch up for the Jujutsu Kaisen Zero movie, and I actually just reacted to the trailer for that today. So I'm going to be dropping the trailer probably tomorrow, and I cannot wait for the movie to come out because it looks so cool. It looks so good. But anyways, let me actually move over to the game. Is this it? Here we are. Boom. Higurashi, when they cry. Now let's see, where were we at? New chapter of Komi just released like 2 days ago. I'm so behind in the manga. I'm very behind. When I started reading, I read until there was nothing left. Like I fully caught up, but then I didn't want to wait every single week for a new chapter, so I decided to stop reading, wait for a bunch of new chapters, and then start reading again. So I'm a little behind. I'm a little behind. Can't wait for the trailer reaction. Cool, because I reacted to a bunch of trailers today. So I'm definitely going to try to drop those tomorrow. But anyways, let's see. Is there anything in the log? Okay, so I'm going to try to give a recap to explain everything that I remember. So I believe in the last... Okay. In the last live stream, we had Shion and Mion. I think we went to help prepare for the festival. And Mion was there, and Shion was there. And Mion tried to take us, I think, to go get some food or something. But then Shion started mentioning the weird things going on the day of the Watanagashi. Is that what it is? And so then Mion decided she was gonna go on ahead, and it was Keiichi, Shion, Takano, and Tomitake all sitting there talking about the crazy events that happened on every single day of the Watanagashi. And I believe that's where the story ended. I believe. Well, cloudy looking fly. Hey, I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, Yoke. I'm glad you can make it. And we're just about to jump into this. So, Shion and I said our goodbyes to Tomitake-san and Takano-san. Also, let me know if the voices are too loud or too low, because I think I might have to adjust them. Before we could leave, Takano-san called out to us. Okay?
私の話を真剣に聞いてくれてありがとうね。
Okay.
前原くんがあまりに聞き上手だったんで、話しててとても楽しかったわ。
Oh yeah, I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did.
聞き上手なんてそんな。
I was just in a state of perpetual bewilderment from all the shocking topics being thrown at me one after another. That honestly is a lot to throw at one person. Like, you just move into a new area. That's kind of like moving into a house, and then your neighbor comes up to you and tells you, like, oh, the tenant before you, and the tenant before you, and the tenant before you, they all died in this weird, mysterious way. And it's like, number one, that's a lot to throw at someone. Number two, where do you even go from there? Like, you're, of course, gonna think that you're at danger.
今日した話、面白かった？
まあ、興味深かったです。
Okay.
なら、また今度も聞いてくれる？
I think we're good. I think we've heard enough.
ひなみ沢の昔話とかおとぎ話にも興味深いものがたくさんあるの。
Legends and fairy tales. I wonder if that has to do with like the demon story we learned about a while ago.
もちろん、薄気味悪いのがたくさんね。
A lot of strange and creepy ones, okay?
私特選のをたくさん披露するわよ。
See, she takes way too much pleasure in telling these creepy stories and studying these creepy stories. I was kind of happy, but kind of worried. I can't help but smile dryly and scratch at my head. As long as it's not scratching at his neck, I think we're good.
もう言ってもいいんだよ。
Alright, let's see. Hey guys, yo, Lucifer-chan, welcome to the stream. I'm glad you can make it. Hello everyone, happy new year. It seems like COVID has entered the meat of my body. Probably from New Year's, my body's various meats need to rest in the sheets. I hope you get better soon, Yoke. I'm sorry to hear that. I've actually heard from a couple of people that, especially during the holidays, COVID has kind of been going crazy. But at least I mean, I'm not gonna get too political, but at least I've heard that this new variation or variant of COVID, it's very contagious, but it's not as dangerous as the original one. So hopefully, with just a little bit of sleep, some R&R, maybe reading a couple AOA fanfics, you'll be right up on your feet in no time. Let's see. Yo, Ray Gaku, thank you so much for the donation. Hello there. Hope you have fun this stream. I plan to have fun this stream for sure, especially because we're getting closer and closer. Now that Keiichi knows about the Watanagashi festival, now it's just we can't do anything. We can't control where this roller coaster goes from here. We're just gonna have to sit down and enjoy the ride, and I feel like things are definitely gonna get crazy. Was really surprised to see a Higurashi stream. Been ages since the last one. Higurashi? I haven't heard that name in years. Yeah, I know. I've been pretty busy these past couple weeks. I've been meaning to stream. Like last week I wanted to stream, but of course, you know, the holidays just came by. And the holidays happened around the weekend-ish, around this time of the week, so I wasn't really able to do it. But we are here now. We don't have any major holidays coming up for quite a while, so I'm going to try to keep these as consistently as possible every single week, 1 p.m. EST. Every Soul anime stories include devils, demons, ghouls, and ghosts. It's just that popular of a trend. That's true. We see that in a lot of anime, actually. Even, like, if you think about it, Naruto has demons. Dragon Ball Z has devils. Let's see, or I guess Dragon Ball in general has devils. We were just talking about Jujutsu Kaisen, so it's really interesting. But let's continue. So Tomitake comes in and he says, Keiichi-kun, you can go now.
高野さんがからかっているだけさ。
Okay, okay. They say goodbye again and run off. Run off? Did they literally run? Or is it just like a figure of speech? I heard Tomitake-san call out behind him in a clever voice that we would see each other at the festival tomorrow. Okay. When I went to the tent, Mion was waiting for me and she was nowhere to be found. So she just left. She didn't bother to wait for us, but then again, you know, we kinda left her hanging, so can't blame her. I made her wait so long, maybe she got mad and went home. After asking some adults passing by, I heard that she went home talking to some relatives. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe, you think, Keiichi? But my regret for having made Mion wait wasn't enough to triumph over the impression Takano-san and Shion's uncanny story left on me. Serial murder incidents had happened 4 years in a row. Would tomorrow's events make this the 5th? See, he's already thinking. He's already thinking wrong. You can't let this get to your head, Keiichi. You just can't. Let's see. I've been reading Chainsaw Man and finished it in 2 days. It's addictive, very Power and Denji. It might work out. I cannot wait for the Chainsaw Man trailer. I know so many people say the manga's good. Everyone's loving it. The anime looks good. I just can't wait. I can't wait for it to finally come out. Because I want to see what the heck everyone is loving about this series so much. And the possibility that someone from Hinamizawa was carrying this all out under the guise of a curse. The queer tradition of ritual sacrifice, entirely unbecoming of the Showa period we lived in. I regretted it a little, though it was too late. If none of those creepy stories had anything to do with me, then I should have let Mion pull me away from the crowd. Exactly. I felt a little ashamed about letting my cheap curiosity get the better of me. See, that's like a lot of people say, ignorance is bliss. You know, sometimes you just need to let life happen. If you delve too deep into these sort of folk tales, especially these ones that are super dark, then you're gonna end up like Keiichi in the first chapter, and no one wants to end up like that. Alright, and I think that's the end of the section. I recently finished Odd Taxi. God, it's great. Let's see what 2022 brings us. Dude, I've been hearing a ton of good things about Odd Taxi as well. And I think I've actually been looking for an anime to like kind of watch through on my own time. And I think Odd Taxi is going to be my next one. Cause I just recently finished Jujutsu Kaisen, absolutely loved it. And there was another anime that I watched recently that I really liked as well. I can't remember. But next one, I'm gonna have to add Odd Taxi to that list. Cause it looks cool. I hear it was insanely high rated. So I can't wait to see what it's about. But now let's see what new tips we got here. Whoa, there's a bunch. From the scrapbook, 1, 2, 3, and festivals around the corner. Man, dude, this title right here, festivals around the corner. That's such an important yet dangerous title. Oh wait, I should have read those. Alright. Jujutsu movie hype is growing. I can't wait. The trailer looked so good. Okay. Oyashido-sama's curse. In the ancient Onigafuchi village, the anger of Oyashido-sama, his curse, was feared above all. However, it is seldom stated anywhere what eventually happens and what sort of divine judgment, curse, befalls them when Oyashido-sama is angry. From various reports, all hell will break loose. Demons will come flooding out. The miasma from hell will flood outward and kill every villager, letting not a single one escape. The ones evoking images of the village being annihilated stand out the most. These terrifying ideas of divine punishment are in alignment with many other religious beliefs regarding the apocalypse, hell, and it's easy to imagine that they are just ways of convincing people to obey the teachings in order to prevent such an end. The conditions for inciting Oyashido-sama's wrath are likely the same as the taboos in Onigafuchi village. I believe that when an act was performed that violates one of these taboos, Oyashido-sama was termed angry. And in order to quell his anger, they would perform the aforementioned sacrificial ritual. Alright. Interesting. The first scrapbook. Let's see. Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece. I've never seen the big threes of anime. Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece. Give your life away to watch those too much time. LOL, I've watched Conan 2 times. And I still forgot some stuff. For me, out of the big three, I've only ever finished Naruto. I've only seen a couple chapters of Bleach, and I got like 100 chapters into One Piece, but I think there's like 1,000 at this point, so I'm super far behind. I mean, for me personally, my favorite anime of all time is Naruto, so if I had to recommend starting any one of them first, I would recommend Naruto, especially because the first season, like the original Naruto when he's a kid, that's my personal favorite of the entire Naruto franchise. I love that first part where Naruto's a kid, and the Shippuden is okay, it's pretty cool, but to me it doesn't match the first one. Let's see. What? I lost? What'd you lose? Yo, welcome to the stream, guys. I'm glad to see so many people popping in. Hope you guys enjoy. We are just about to jump into this second tip from the scrapbook too. Let's see. So now we're getting into the ritual. The first scrapbook referenced the ritual. Now we're getting into it. The sacrificial ritual was a simple drowning involving plunging sacrifices into Onigafuchi swamp, which was considered hallowed. Really? So whenever Oyashido-sama would get angry, the way that you would make him not so angry is by drowning. But I wonder, because it's considered a sacrifice. So does the person that... How do I explain it? If you make Oyashiro-sama angry, do you plunge yourself into the swamp? Or if the villagers find out that you made Oyashiro-sama angry, then they will like take you by force and drown you. Let's see if we find out. Of the rituals of Onigafuchi village, this one was unique in that the sacrifice would sink slowly over the long course of 3 days and 3 nights. See, but how would they know if the swamp was considered bottomless? How would they know how long it took? I believe that it wasn't so much the killing of this sacrifice that was important, but rather the symbolism of them sinking as the submerging of Oyashiro-sama's anger. For that purpose, they must have had a passion for learning various methods for keeping the sacrifice from sinking too quickly. That is very sketchy. That is very, very strange. So they've come up with techniques to make sure that the body sinks slowly. That sounds kind of sadistic, honestly. To force them to sink more slowly. Unfortunately, as far as I can tell from the records, those methods were not recorded. My thoughts are that they may have used logs or some similar material to create a raft. Then set up a scaffold on there, hung the sacrifice up with ropes, and let them sink little by little over time into the swamp. This reminds me a lot of, I think this happened during Higurashi Go, where we get that crazy montage of Rika just being killed over and over and over and over again. And in one of those instances, we see the mayor get a hold of Rika, tie her up, kind of sail her off into, I'm guessing, the middle of a swamp or some body of water, and then he throws her in there. So I wonder if maybe he's using that technique that they used back then. I'm not sure. I hopped into stream not knowing what game you're playing, Sai. Well, the good thing about this is I started, how do I explain it? I have all the streams up on the channel, so if you want to start from the beginning and find out what this series is about, I highly recommend it. This is pretty much like a mystery horror anime where you start off or seeing through the eyes as this normal kid. He's just moved into this village. He meets a bunch of cool friends. They're having a good time, but there's this weird mystery that happens on the day of the Watanagashi festival. And so we have to figure out what is going on, why these things are going on, how can we stop it, who's responsible, all of these different questions. But the problem is the bad things that are happening to the people on these days of the festival, they're all kind of similar yet unique. So it's very hard to figure out what's going on, whether this is some sort of like magical curse that's happening to everyone, or if it's just some criminals doing this to everyone. No one's sure. So that's pretty much where we're at right now. By the way, we are probably at episodes... Oh, don't remind me, man. Don't remind me. We're probably at episode 6 of the original anime. 24 hours into chapter 2, by the way. Oh my god. What did I get myself into? Let's see. Okay, we read this. However, if that were the case, it would not be strange if the ritual implements used for such a ceremony were honored as holy and enshrined somewhere. Alright, end of the second scrapbook. Let's see. Don't worry, after a 3-week break, Claudia and I aren't sure either. Man, this is a rough little comeback, I'm not gonna lie. It took a bit to re-jog my memory of what's going on. But I'm sure things are gonna get spicy soon, now that Keiichi knows. Implements used for the ritual. Ritual tools utilized for ancient religious ceremonies are commonly referred to as the implements, or ritual implements, and even now, some of them are enshrined on the property of Furude Shrine and the three families. Okay, so now we're getting into the tools. The ritual tools. So, some of them are enshrined on the property of the Furude Shrine, which I'm guessing that's where the ceremonial hoe is, and the three families, which I believe are the Furudes, the mayor's family, I forget his last name, and the Sonozakis. So do the Sonozakis have some ritual tools as well that we already know about, or have I not encountered them yet? Or maybe they're just not super significant. However, the identifiable tools are all decorative, and none appear to have been used in rituals governing the dark side of Onigafuchi village. As the Edo era came to a close, and many traditional rituals were lost, were they lost as well? Or perhaps buried in the darkness? I don't believe so. Both of the implements used on the night of the feast of Oni-Kakushi and those used during the sacrificial ceremony must still exist, enshrined away from the eyes of the masses. Without a doubt they exist here, today at this very moment in Hinamizawa. So maybe are they all inside of the shed? Also, I'm nearly certain where they've been enshrined. Okay. Wait, who is writing this? What was once locked steadfastly has, for some reason, changed this year to a cheap-looking padlock. Oh, you know what? Oh, wait, no, that doesn't make sense. I was gonna say this is probably, Tomitake. But Tomitake is a photographer, not a reporter, right? But, man, is he really, though? Like, he's not just an ordinary photographer. He was sent here to, like, investigate, right? Or gather information. So what if this is his scrapbook? Because we know in the anime, this is around the part where they go to the shed that is locked with a padlock, and inside of it has all of these ritual tools. And right here, it says what was once locked steadfastly has, for some reason, changed this year to a cheap-looking padlock. So, this person knows where it is, he knows where the shed is, and he knows that this year there's only a padlock on it. And he wants to find the truth, so he's probably going to try to crack it open. I think it's Tomitake. Let's see. But the good thing is, out of all the chapters of the game, this one is my favorite. Really? Okay. Yo, Olivia, welcome to the live stream. I'm glad you can make it. Let's see, we're just about finishing up the tips, and then we're about to dive into the next chapter. So you came at a good time. A lot of time passed since when I watched Higu anime, and I still have goosebumps about some parts. Ugh, I feel like we all are about to have some goosebumps very, very soon. I feel like we're nearing the climax of this second chapter. You haven't encountered the Sonozaki's tools per se, but you've seen them in the anime. Okay, that's interesting. So I've seen them, but I didn't know that they were these significant tools when I saw them. Interesting. I came as fast as I could? Okay. Okay. Welcome to the live stream, Dapper Sheiks. I'm glad you could make it. I didn't know when to expect more Higu VN, to be honest. Yeah, the holidays really screwed things up. I mean, not in a bad way, because I did enjoy the holidays, but when it comes to they kind of got in the way of the Higurashi streams. So from this point, I definitely want to get back to that weekly schedule. but that's the reason why I haven't been uploading lately. And because I've been having like family plans on Fridays and on the weekends. I'll watch Cloudy's play of Umineko with my future children. You're right. I'll be here with my children too. I'll be in my rocking chair and they'll have to read the subtitles to me. Oh man, 2030. Mark your calendars. We're almost there. Got my booster shot and it wrecked me. Oh man. Oh man, I hope you get better soon. Grandchildren more like. Hey, a little late. That guy C. Wait, this is so funny. All three of you guys came into the stream at about the same time. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Siconia in 2050. Now for that one, you're gonna have to pass the message down to your grandchildren so that they can tell their grandchildren for Siconia. It's gonna be a while for that one. Man. Well, we're only 24. Well, what did you say earlier? Lucifer-chan, we're at about episode 6 of the anime. And I believe there's like 50 something, so. Jeez, we have a long way to go. But I'm enjoying it. Alright, so let's see. He may be able to do something about such a lock. He may be able to do something. So this might be Takano talking then. And she's like referring to Tomitake. However, it is not far from the assembly hall, nor is it ever far from the presence of people. Okay. However, I will not give up. The night when it become... Is this... Oh snap, that guy C, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it. We are all connected, exactly. This anime has brought us all together so that we can journey through this series together with our children and with our children's children. That music threw me off though. I thought that was the notification. Let me see, do I even have this open? Let's see. Oops, wrong button. Switch alert box? It should work. Let's see.
Thank you!
There you go. I don't know why it hasn't been working. Thank you so much for the donation. I tanked the first 2 vaccines, but but the booster destroyed me for a whole day and possibly more. Yeah, man. It's rough. It is rough. But hopefully you get better soon. Let's see. Alright. Soon, it will be Watanagashi. And that is when they're going to strike, isn't it? Alright, so now we have one more tip. And I wonder if this one's actually going to have voices. Because the first 3 were books. Yep, first 3 scrapbooks. Now, festival's around the corner. Oh boy, we're gonna have a grand old time. Oh, okay. Music sounds a little bit more fun, a little bit more upbeat. Let's see.
Oi, oi. 今日のうちからへばっててどうすんだよ。
Komiyama. Why does this name sound familiar? Or is this
明
someone
日は
completely
最後
new?
の最後。バッチリ深夜まで燃え上がっていくんだからな。よっせ。気合い入れてきますぜ。
Kuma Guy.
よし。若さが一番だ。みんなお疲れ様。
Okay, okay, so that's what I thought.
いよいよ明日だからな。
These guys are, they're with Detective Delicious. Is it, wait, what was his name? I think Kuma Guy? Is that like his main man? Or is it Komiyama? I feel like it's Kuma Guy, but I could be completely wrong. Yeah, it's about a day and you're better. Let's see. Funny enough, the other I was going to my university, then in the bus some kids were talking about Umineko. Good times. Oh man. Maybe I'll be like them one day. One day when I'm like 50 years old.
今夜は早めに眠って体力を蓄えておいてくれよ。
Alright. so it seems like they're excited for the festival. Festivals are split into two groups, those who enjoy them and those who support them. The former only need prepare their minds, but the latter needs not only that, but also painstakingly crafted plans and preliminary arrangements. Why is that? While the general majority attending goes about enjoying the festival without a care in the world, we'll be strained the whole way through. Why? Okay, alright. These guys. Just a couple of lads. At times like these, it's best to have energetic, physically fit people. It wouldn't be worth it if you didn't do your best until the end, enjoying it the whole way. Oishi-san came in. Everyone hurried to stand up. And here he is.
はいはい、皆さんお疲れ様ですね。そのままで結構ですよ。
Dang, they all like stood up, saluted as he walked in. Not even my seniors, who usually talk big about themselves, can hold a candle to Oishi-san. He's been in the game for years at this point. We all bow as if we were one of those cheering squads of old. Kuraudo Oishi. Wait, his name is Kuraudo? Wait, that's... Wait, I never knew that. I never knew that. Why? I've seen all of Higurashi Go. All of Higurashi Sotsu. And I never knew his first name was Kuraudo. That's so interesting. Let's see. Cloudy will have to stop his Umineko reading occasionally. Shake his fist at children in his yard. Exactly. Oh man. A detective just waiting to retire. One who doesn't pay much mind to rules and regulations, and doesn't do too much in the way of real work. He looks like a rotten old man with a penchant. What? A penchant for dirty jokes. I've never heard that word before. Penchant. My seniors, though, tell me he was a real fighter in his younger days, and that he may or may not have quite a heroic legend trailing behind him. Anyway, he surely had much more dignity and presence in the room than the section chief who came in with him.
皆さん、明日のWatanagashiの準備、本当にお疲れさんです。
Everyone present stands upright and lends their ear to the chief's directions.
昨年発生したように、連続事件を期待する愉快犯の出現が濃厚に危惧されます。 各員、一層気を引き締め、犯罪の抑止のために任務を全うしてください。
Okay, this is our mission.
何も起こらなければ一番いいんですがね。
However,
必ず事件は起こると考えてくださいよ。
ooh, okay, that's a smart mindset to have everyone in. Go into this believing that something will happen at any moment, because
抑止が
then
一
you'll
番
be
ですが、
prepared.
まあ多分無理でしょう。今年も誰かが死んで誰かが消えます。
Yeah, that's a mindset.
もう間違いなく。
See, this is one thing I can't get with when it comes to Detective Delicious. He'll say this super dark, like, sinister stuff, or ominous stuff, and then he just does his laugh afterwards. He says, this year too, someone will die and someone will disappear. There's really no doubt about it. And then he just laughs afterwards. You can't trust this man. Everyone, apart from the section chief, smiled painfully.
おいさん、そんなんじゃ困るよ。もっと真剣にやってくれなきゃ。
Let's see.
肝心なのは祭りの夜を越すことじゃないんです。明日の夜、起こった何かに迅速かつ徹底的にどこまでも食いついていくこと。
Yep, and if they survive tomorrow, then seemingly he'll be in the clear.
気合い入れてくよ。兜の尾を引き締めてき。
Clench those cheeks. All right. This now he's starting to sound like Yoke.
親代様のたたりの化けの皮を完璧にひっぺかしてやるぞ。
All right. Let's do this. So my guess now is that next chapter is actually going to be the festival. There's no way it's not, right? We have to. Let's see. Kuda-chan? Cloudy is a senior human waiting for Umineko to end. A detective ready to retire. I'm pretty sure Oishi's full name was mentioned somewhere in Go in the first chapter. It looks like you're getting rusty, Cloudy. Time to read chapter 1 again. Oh boy, you guys ready? You're right. Let's just pause it here and go all the way back to Onikakushi. I gotta re-jog my memory. Oh god, please, if we had to do chapter 1 again, this would legitimately take decades. I want to build a jail with torture devices below my house. Then if someone caught in it, I can say it is a set to cosplay. So, oh my god. Oh, dude. You just trap someone down there and then give them the, what is it, the Shion treatment that we saw in Sotsu, where she was in the chair and Mion got to operating. And you just say, oh, this is just part of my Higurashi cosplay. I'm giving everything to Oishi. Oh no. Alright. Are you all ready to dive into this brand new chapter? And now that I think about it, I don't think this... Oh! Hold on.
違う言葉だった。本当に感じたいのは違う心だった。すれ違いが溝を生み、ためらいの気持ちが人を恐怖へと沈ませる。もう誰も止められない。冷たい感情がむき出しの心を深く残酷にえぐってゆく。Watanagashi.
Holy crap!
なぜ
This feels like a whole new game! What?
後悔の言葉。それはもはや虚しい響きだった。
I was about to say, it sounded like Rena's voice. It sounded slightly like Rena's voice. Now maybe it's just been too long since I've played Higurashi, but it didn't really sound like what I remembered Rika's voice sounding like, and it didn't really sound like Mion or Shion. It sounded like Rena's, but just without the added, like, cuteness to her voice. But I could be completely wrong. Let's see, the punishment is making them watch the Umineko anime before reading the visual novel. Let's see, me being the only to hate Oishi. Honestly, there was a point in time where Yoke drove me to the point where I hated Oishi as well. I'm not gonna lie. But right now, I think he's okay. I don't trust him. I don't trust him with a 10-foot pole. But I think he's okay. Think I just vomited a little dapper? That's a terrible punishment. Let's see. The Umineko anime OP is great though. Let's see. Rena's VA voices those lines, but it isn't necessarily the character Rena. Okay. Yeah, because it didn't sound like Rena's voice, but I caught little pieces of her voice in that narrator's voice right there. Just got here. Did I miss anything good? Nope. You got here just in time. This is literally the first word of this new chapter. And in the last chapter, all we did was, I think Takano said, like, hey, if you want to hear any more stories, then I'd be happy to tell you in the future. And then her and Tomitake left. And then we read a couple of the tips. But when it comes to actual Higurashi action, you got here just in time.
ケイチくんだ。おはよ
Alright, where are we heading? Straight to the festival? Rena was ecstatically waving her arms at me, already brimming with energy.
おはようって、もう夕方だぜ。
Yeah, it does look pretty dark. Or like, it looks like evening-ish.
でも今日圭一君にする最初の挨拶だからやっぱりおはようがいいな。いいな。
Nope. See, my Japanese teacher used to get on me when it came to that all the time. Because my classes used to be in the morning. So every time we would, or she would like stand at the door, and every time we would walk in, she would say, Ohayo gozaimasu. And then once I like got older and my classes started being in the evening, I got so used to going to, or not evening, but like around noonish, I got so used to saying Ohayo gozaimasu, and she'd have to constantly correct me and say like, no, it's konnichiwa, because it's later into the day. So Rena, you gotta stick to that rule too.
わかったわかった。じゃあおはようでいい。おはよう、レナ。
I grabbed Rena's head and rubbed it with my hand. Whoa! Okay, I was not expecting that zoom in, but I'll take it. I grabbed Rena's head and rubbed it with my hand. She squirmed, reveling in the motion like a cat. And look who's here. Best girl herself. Oops.
昨日は申し訳なかったね。黙って帰っちゃってさ。
Yep.
ああ、それを言うなら俺の方が悪かった。ミオをずっと待たせっぱなしでごめんな。
昨日のお祭りの準備のことかな。
Yep.
どうだった圭一君。
Is he gonna tell
しっ
her
かりと
though?
お仕事してた？
Is he gonna tell her about what happened afterward? That's probably gonna be something that he keeps to himself. The slight muscle pain throughout my body and my sluggish movements were already obvious.
頑張ってたよ。へばってたけどね。
Keiichi's probably feeling the same. I grinned dryly, and the three of us break out into laughter.
サトコとリカちゃんは
That's a good question.
祭り会場で合流か
Where are those two troublemakers?
リカちゃんはほら大切なお勤めがあるから
Oh, yeah.
昨日からずっと。
Yep, that makes sense. What about Satoko?
さとこちゃんもそのお供だそうだからもう二人とも神社にいるよ。
Alright, that makes sense. Right, I just remembered. Today was Rika-chan's big performance. She'd been practicing especially hard for this day. Oh boy, are you guys ready? What is this now? Like number... I don't know, we gotta be in the 20s somewhere. Especially if you take into account everyone that's seen the original anime, and then Go, and then Sotsu, and now here, you guys have to be at like 20 Rika performances at this point. As her friend, I needed to make sure I went and cheered her on.
よっしゃ、早速行こうぜ。
Alright. I like that synchronized excitement right there. Ooh, okay. Nice little transition tonight. As we got closer to the shrine, we started passing by more people and seeing a lot of parked cars. It began to get noisier too. I thought I could hear something like a bone dance song. A bone dance song. Without being able to restrain my impatience, I dashed up the entire flight of stone stairs.
圭一君早いよ。待って。
たくけいちゃん、お子様なんだからな。
Man, here it goes. I gotta prepare myself, because this is always the part where we get some super cool, wholesome moments where it's just a couple of friends hanging out, and then everything just goes south. It's always good seeing the shenanigans of Cloudy and Higurashi when I'm composing some music for class. Perfect. Oh boy. I hope me and my tangents don't lead to you going off on tangents when you're making your music as well. Like you're just composing something beautiful and then you end up steering in a completely different direction when we start talking about the meat of cake or dumb stuff like that. Real talk, I like the Umineko anime more than the OG. Whoa! Interesting! I wonder if that's a spicy take. More than the OG Higurashi anime, but I would never recommend it before reading the visual novel. It's more like icing on the cake. Where Higurashi was just passable enough that people like it because it's Higurashi, Umineko's anime is balls to the wall, yet you can get some of the passion put into maintaining the visual novel feel. I've read this visual novel 3 times! Oh yeah, I'm sure you've had more than your fill of Rika's performances. You probably know it by heart at this point. I would not be surprised. I love the chaotic nature and it doesn't suffer from cutting SOL nearly as much. Too bad they ruined the mystery. Man, I'm interested. I mean, it seems like it's so interesting because everyone loves the Umineko visual novel, but on the same other side of the coin, it seems like everyone hates the Umineko anime. So they really must have butchered it. Umineko anime would have been much longer, at least I think. Well, I have to say that my songs are a lot of things, but not beautiful yet. Well, you'll get there one day. You'll get there one day. Let's see. I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, I remember, isn't there something, wasn't there some Umineko news that came out relatively, not super recently, but around the ending of Sotsu? I think, isn't there going to be an Umineko movie or something? I don't know. I could be dead wrong, but I believe I heard something about it. They did butcher it, but I think there's something to enjoy in it. Okay, so is it one of those situations where it's so bad it's good? It's so bad, but you can't stop watching it? It keeps you engaged? Umineko came to May. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of the CG from the Higurashi game. The gacha game. Man, I want them to bring it over to global, dude. If they had a global Higurashi game, I would 100% play it. Alright, let's continue. Oh wow, I stopped at the perfect time. Look at these. Wait, are these? Yep, these are. They brought the same exact stands. Well, I guess this is the same day, though. I was gonna say, these are the same stands we saw in the first chapter, because I remember the Choco Banana. But it makes sense, because technically this is the same day. It's just repeating again. Whoa, the shrine grounds, they were packed with people. It was a festival if I ever saw one. I mean, this does look fun. I've always wanted to go to a festival like this. Well, I guess I've kind of been to one. Like an American one where there's a bunch of stands all over the place and there's a bunch of crazy different kinds of food. But I feel like one in Japan would be different. Especially because of the food. Kimiyoshi, Branch family is here too. Is that the mayor? Isn't that his last name?
あのじいさん、去年の渡流しからずっと体調崩してたんだけど、元気になったみたいだね。
Yeah, there were a lot of villagers here that I didn't really know. They must have all been pouring in just for today. And we also know that people from outside of Hinamizawa come here as well, I believe. What do we got over here? Oh, okay, we got a couple of balloons. It looks like, I could be wrong, but are these corn dogs? I'm only guessing that just because there's the ketchup and the mustard, and maybe this is mayo. I don't know. Oh wait, what does it say up here? I can't even read what this is. Wait, I'm so lost. Okay, is this Ra? Ra Sokuroru? Ra Sokuroru? I don't know. I don't know what this is. It's something roll. Interesting. Looks like we got some squid in the back. All right, I'm going off on a tangent. As you can tell, I'm pretty hungry right now. Satoko's here. Welcome, welcome. Oh, if it isn't everyone. Yes, hello to you all.
よう、サトコ。今日はすごい人出だよな。はぐれて迷子になるなよ。
Here we go. This is the typical Satoko we know and love. Let's see. For some reason, Japanese or Japan festivities just hit different. Exactly, exactly. Himiyoshi, did you mean Mion and Granddad clothing? Wait, I'm so lost. I'm so confused. I forgot about that. Need to get back into the cloudy stream mindset. That's katakana, but the font confuses me. Exactly. Like that's why it's hard to read, especially because we can't even see what the heck is right here. But anyways, well, at the back is the water kanji, so I guess they sell water there. Yeah, this is just straight up like water. Maybe, who knows? Kesokuroru? Kesokuroru? Interesting. I don't know what that could be. Kesokuroru. I have no clue. That's the ice kanji. It was a running joke that all the Sonozakis are Mions in disguise. Wait, okay, I think that's why I'm confused. All the oh yeah, I remember. Okay. I remember you guys said a little while back that that there was like a theory that what was it? I think it was that Mion was all of her uncles, or that. Oh man, I don't know, man. I'm confusing myself. Let's get back into this. Satoko too seems somehow energetic. Of course, I'm the same way. Oh yeah, I was about to say that would suck if she had to like come here and practice the entire time and just do the performance but not get to hang out with her friends. I see, Rika-chan is the shrine maiden for today's festival after all. It's probably a pain for her to say hello to all the elders. And there she is! It really is a pain. You know, it's been a little while. Let's get a little sprite preview here. Okay, oh my gosh, I love how symmetrical it is. I think that's probably the thing I love the most. This looks really good too though. Like if I'm being completely honest, this is very well drawn. The clothing at least. I really like it. But the thing I love about this one is like man, it just looks so symmetrical and so gorgeous. Even whatever the heck this is behind Rena's outfit is like pretty symmetrical on both sides, kinda. But like, man, just like if you split it straight down the middle, it looks so good. And over here as well, I mean, you do have this difference, but it looks so clean, so nice, like almost kind of ironed. It looks really good. And then this one looks great as well. Wait, hold on, I just realized. What the heck? These are whole people back here. That's so cool. Like you have people literally hanging out at this festival. And I know Hinamizawa is an actual place. So is Watanagashi a real festival that really happened in Hinamizawa? And this photo is from Watanagashi? Like a real Watanagashi? Or is it just from some festival out there? I don't know. That'd be really cool though. Let's see. Kanji is my weakness too. Kanji is everyone's kryptonite, man. Sure, I could read hiragana and katakana up and down, but when it comes to kanji, that's where, man, that's where I'm still at the very, very, like, simple kanji. Like, to go, to come, to, like, dog, cat, tree. I'm still in the super basics when it comes to that. Not to mention Cloudy's face cam was blocking it. Wait, what was I blocking? Am I still blocking? Oh! Wait, are you talking about... Where is it? Wait, what was I blocking? If I can, I'll move it so that you guys can see it. The background in the original art are just photos of Shirakawa Go. Edited a little. Okay. Watanagashi isn't real. Just a festival. So for anyone who knows... Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know anything. Wait, isn't there... Oh, yeah, Sakonia... That's Ryukishi's newest work, right?
Konnichiwa nano desu.
Let me move this.
Rika-chan! Omochi kaeri!
Rika-chan wore an immaculate Shrine Maiden outfit that looked fresh off the shelves. That's what I'm saying! This looks like this was just handcrafted moments ago. It looks so clean. It was a perfect fit for her somehow mystical appearance. Do? How does it fit? It's not too long, is it?
バッチャからもしも袖がかかるようならって安全ピンを預かってきてるんだけど。
Okay, Grandma looking out.
大丈夫なのです。実に快適なのですよ。
As she spoke, she began to do some twists and stretches.
いいね、いいよね、これかわいいよね。
What the heck was that sound? What is she over there playing with? There was approximately one person here getting a... Oh, that was the nosebleed. Oh my god. I thought she was doing that little, like, goldfish, like, festival game. Where you, like, get the scoop and you try to grab a goldfish and put it in the bag. Oh, that was a freaking nosebleed, dude. Oh my god.
ケイチ君は可愛いと思わないかな思わないならレナノになっちゃうからお持ち帰り。
Alright, calm down there. Let's at least wait until after the
す
festival.
ごく可愛いと思うぞ。かなり活かす。不敬のふりをして写真を撮りまくりたいくらいだ。
I feel like if you push Rena far enough, she very well could be the one that's responsible for this year's, what's it called? Disappearance? Is that what it is? Like one person dies and one person disappears? Man, if Rika keeps it up, she might be the one that disappears this year.
2点から撮影して立体視できるようにすれば、立体の生リカちゃんが自宅でいつでも食べ、もとい、眺め放題。
Oh no, you can't encourage this, Keiichi. You're getting into dangerous territory.
いいねいいねいいね。
Rena's eyes and mind glittered with stars as our noses bled and we drooled. So now, seems like Rena's rubbing off on him. Oh my God. Satoko's expression is so perfect. Oh my god, dude. She, like, her face says what all of us are feeling right now. It is just so perfect. Oh my god, man. Holy crap. That caught me off guard.
地下室とかに閉じ込められるかもしれないのです。
See, I'm trying to warn you, Rika. You gotta be careful around these two.
その割にはリカちゃん楽しそうだけど。
ミーがひどいことを言うのですよ。
We all laughed together again.
じゃ、もたもたしないで祭り用もあるかね。
Alright,
リ
let's
カちゃん
do
の出
it.
番までそう時間がないでしょ。
Oh man, are they gonna have that, what's it called, the 5 dragon competition or whatever it's called? Let's see. Yo, Dapper Shinx, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it. Satoko always has the best faces. Exactly. Satoko's amazing. She's the only person that I would put, like, up there. Well, at this point, I think I've seen enough of all of the main characters to see why anyone would love one over the other. Like, I could understand why so many people loved Enna, why so many people would love Mion, me being one of them. And you know what? There isn't a whole lot of Satoko representation. I've seen a couple, but it seems like, especially after Sotsu, not a lot of people are a big fan of her. Now, I personally don't agree. I think she's awesome, but I can see where they're coming from. Let's see. Rena blasting off. Cute mode activated. Oh wait, did I miss something up here? Okay. Still believe Rena needs arresting ASAP. Demoned away, that's what it's called. Demoned away. This couple right here, officer. Oh my god. Mion stand until I die. Hey, welcome. Well, I shouldn't even say welcome, because you were already a part of the club. I'm glad to have you a part of the Mion army. I liked Satoko before, and Sotsu made me like her even more. Okay, I'm actually really glad to hear that. Because I feel like a bunch of people, they liked Satoko before, and then once they... Well, no. Once they got into the end of Go, when we see her grow up, that's when I started noticing a lot of the Satoko hate in the comments. But I'm glad you and me are on the same page, because I loved Satoko even more. I think when it comes to all of the characters, at least from what we've seen in Go and Sotsu, Satoko was by far like the most interesting. Just because she was so chaotic. I'm a Rena fan, but Satoko is cool too. Okay. I mean, I simp for everything that moves. That's because I simp for the teacher too. Oh, Chie? Any Chie fans in the chat? I know Olivia's here. A rare Shion fan? Okay, wow, we're getting a lot of diversity here. Shmion, let's go. Dude. Shmion gang, rise up. Alright, so let's see. If we're gonna have that, like, 5 dragon competition or whatever it's called. Alright. It's always nice to hear those, like, their overlapping voices. Oh, game number 1? Oh, okay. Challenge number 1. The Yakisoba challenge.
Hey, 親父。今年の焼きそばもなかなか力作じゃないの。イカま
Man,
で
that
入れる
actually
とは
sounds so
今
good.
年は奮発してるね。
へえ、美味しいね。
ああ、イカってのは食ってもうまいが、それ以上に匂いが香ばしいんだよな。軟弱になりがちな歯ごたえも実に見事に補ってる。
Ah, man, they can't keep torturing us like this, man. I'm so hungry. And they're all over here talking about how amazing this food smells and all the different delicious components. I don't have time for this, man.
イカと豚肉のボリューム感は実に素晴らしい。
Look at this. Like, I don't need to know how much squid and pork is in there.
悪くない出来だ。
Oh my gosh.
へ
What was that?
え、ケイちゃんって何気に料理番組の司会とかに向いてるね。
ケイチくんが美味しそうに食べてると、なんだかいつもよりもずっと美味しそうに感じるもんね。
Whoa, hold on.
俺はうまいものはうまいっていう主義なんだよ。
I'm glad to see they're all having a good time here. Chion always best? Okay, okay. She can step on me if she wants. Oh man, we need to see that remake Chia art again. I agree 100%. We need to see the evil Chia art again. Chia is one of your few legal simping options. Hey, to be fair, to be completely fair, we have canonically seen adult Mion, if we're being completely fair. And I think we also have for Rena and Keiichi. So any Keiichi simps out there? Rise up, Keiichi simps. Chie can test her curry on me? Oh my god. Oh jeez. Welcome to the stream, Psycho. I'm glad you can make it. Right now we're in the middle of the Watanagashi festival. Everyone's eating up, having a good time. And the chat is currently simping over their favorite characters right now. And right now, it seems like Chie has the most votes. Hanyu is my least favorite, but I respect it. I think... Oh, man. I think I'd probably be in the same boat. Just because I don't know enough about Hanyu. Like, everything that I have to go off of was just the ending of Sotsu. But outside of that, I have no idea. Well, I guess we did get a little bit of her backstory. But I feel like I haven't had enough time with Hanyu in the story to really appreciate her like I appreciate the other characters. Let's see. Metal bat sims for Keiichi. That's true. He'll always have that metal bat by his side. My festival. Oh, no. Man. This festival, it looks really fun. And I'm sure it is. But we know as soon as the festival's over, things are gonna get real dangerous. Oh my god. Adult Mion can use my face as a chair if she wants. What can I say? Hey, I can't disagree with that. Ayuwa is best goat. Oh man. Don't let Yoke hear you say that, or else he'll go wild. Let's see. Hanyu is the same for me. Pretty mid. Hanyu doesn't get the same amount of development as the other characters, so it's not a surprise. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Hanyu needs more screen time. I agree. They need to go back and expand on that Hanyu versus Awa battle. That was sick. I don't like how Hanyu hand-waves some of the mysteries, and her development could just have been given to Rika because they have the same arc at different points. Wait, let me read that again. I don't like how Hanyu hand-waves some of the mysteries, and her development could just have been given to Rika because they have the same arc at different points. Oh, that is true. That is true. I see what you're saying now. Because Hanyu's backstory, at least from what we saw in Sotsu, was so heavily tied with Rika that it easily could have also been Rika's backstory. Is that what you're saying? Oh no! Oh no! Oh man, I hope your keyboard is good and functional. That guy see, oh man, I'm so sorry to hear that. Don't think too hard, Cloudy, it's about the OG. Okay. Now I have Hanyu's character song stuck in my head. Pray for C. Man, I would say F's in the chat, but I think that's a bad omen. I think it's a bad omen. Yeah, let's just pray for his keyboard. Let me get some prayers in the chat. How do you... Let me see if I can even... Do I have... Yep, let's just post some prayers in the chat. Or, you know, if you got them, it's not really much of a prayer, but it's close enough. It's close enough. Alright, so, back to the actual game. Before I get sidetracked for any longer.
だから俺がうまいっていうものはとりあえず試してみる価値があると思
Oh
うぞ。
god. I forgot, we're still on the topic of food.
では圭一、この焼きそばの評価を改めてどうぞなのですよ。
Alright, give us your
一言
expert
で言うと
opinion.
だ。うまい。
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, dude. See, this is so perfect. This timing is so perfect. Because I've been watching a ton of Kimetsu no Yaiba lately. Especially the Mugen Train movie. And just hearing him say umai, it just immediately reminded me of Rengoku. Immediately.
胃袋がもう一つあるんだな。迷わずもう一つ買ってるな。
Having heard my 3-star rating, a whole line of people suddenly formed in front of the yakisoba stand. Whoa, I gotta slow down a bit.
お、すごいよ。ケイちゃんがあんまりにも美味しそうに言うもんだから、集客効果バッチリだわ。
That's that charisma. That charisma level 100 coming into play. It was nothing to brag about, but I still decided to stick out my chest and put on airs.
あら、そうなんですの？では、私も挑戦してみましたよ。おじさん、たこ焼き一つくださいますこと？
See, Satoko sounds so nice and innocent right now. I love it. Satoko bought a stick of takoyaki balls of fried octopus from the adjacent stand, and after blowing on it, put one of them into her mouth. Let's see what her opinion
どう
is.
かな、さとこちゃん。美味しい評価が出るなら、レナも買うよ。
Chomp chomp. Chew chew. Gulp. Okay.
さあ、料理評論家の北条さとこ審査員のご感想をどうぞ。
Alright, let's see. What does she got to say about it? Oh? She looks a bit uneasy. Oh no. This is bad. This is bad. Though she was all for it a moment ago, Satoko hesitated to give her thoughts. Hey now, what's the matter? Everyone else takes one of their own and puts it in their mouth. Put it into their mouth.
あれれ？
Dang. Did Keiichi... Did he false advertise there? Was it not as good as he said it was?
レナのは外れだね。
Rena got gipped. Hold on.
僕のも外れです。
Dang!
タコさんが入ってないのです。
Oh, so that's what they mean. What the heck? So they ordered octopus balls without the octopus? So it's just like, what, just fried dough? This takoyaki vendor. Could this be some sort of summer festival only octopus free takoyaki stand? An evil takoyaki stand that skimped on the octopus because they figured it would make them good money today. Ah, that's dirty. That's dirty.
あ、私のには入ってたわ。
Oh? But Mion has some.
うん。タコが入ってる分には十分うまいよ。
Interesting. So then what happened to them? Do they get
このタコな
refunds?
したこ焼きをどう美味しそうに解説すればいいんですの？
Everyone wondered about that. Our quizzical looks seem to be drawing equally dubious stares from the people in line. Oh man. All of those customers are about to U-turn to another stand right now.
こんなのはどうかな。たこ焼きなのにタコが入ってないからとってもヘルシー。
What? But this is okay. You don't go to a festival and order something like this because it's healthy. You order it because you want to eat some good food. It's the same reason why people eat all of these crazy fried foods at carnivals, like the fried Oreos, the fried Snickers. I've never had any of them, but I know the whole purpose, the whole reason why people order these is because they want something tasty, not something healthy.
タコの嫌いな人でも食べられる美味しいたこ焼き。
It's false advertising, that's what it is. It's not even takoyaki, it's just yaki. After hearing that, several surprised guests left the line. It had the exact opposite effect.
じゃあ次は私が挑戦するよ。
Let's see.
小麦粉やネギ、紅生姜の味などの素朴さをしっとりと味わわせてくれる
Ooh,
自信
okay,
作。
okay. She's really giving an expert
タコが
opinion
入
right
ってない
now.
分だけ素材の味が程よく。
Okay, alright. The unaffected taste is bolstered by the absence of octopus. That's what everyone wants in a takoyaki. That beautiful absence of octopus. It wasn't half bad, but after hearing the "there's no octopus in it" clause, even more people left the line.
リカちゃんは何かいいコメントはあるか？率直でいいぞ。
Can she win
こ
them
れで
over?
400円は高いのです。
Oh no! She's not wrong though. She's not wrong. That's like very, very roughly $4. I wouldn't pay that much. I wouldn't pay anything for this. Who would want takoyaki without the taco? That's like a hot dog with just the bun. That was too honest. Even more customers leave the line, dealing a lethal blow. Hey, this vendor, he needs to get his ducks in a row, man. He's messing up over here. There were other takoyaki stands around after all.
いやー、なんかその私らとんでもないことをしてるような。
Well, on to the next stand.
ほら、さとこ。あんたが始めたことなんだから、ビシッとここで逆転させなさいよ。
無理でございますわ。タコの入っていないたこ焼きなんてどう褒めればいいんですの？
Exactly. Like this right here is a challenge. Trying to praise and kind of butter up something that's clearly missing the main component. I don't know how they're going to get through this one. You idiot! Satoko's angry outburst was the finishing blow. And now everyone's gone.
お客さんみんないなくなっちゃった。
Yep. Good thing they are gone. They would have wasted their money.
あれれ、おじさん睨んでる。なんでだろう、なんでだろう。
Dude, oh my gosh, this is... You can't be mad at anyone but yourself. I don't know why he's glaring at them. He's the one that's skimping them on the octopus. There's no saving this crowd. Perhaps I, Keiichi Maibara-sama, will lend a generous hand.
ケイイチならきっとなんとかできますですよ。
Ooh, he's putting his charisma to the test again.
タコなしたこ焼き屋さんを助けてあげてほしいのです。
This is gonna be so ridiculous. I can already tell this is gonna be so dumb, but it's going to work. It's so dumb that it's gonna work. Just because that's the story of Keiichi's life. Let's see.
まあ分かった。俺がプロの技を見せてやるからよく見てろよ。
Watch carefully. I shoved the stick into an octopusless takoyaki and crammed it into my mouth. As before, there wasn't any octopus in it, but Mion's had some in it. That was the important point.
このたこ焼き屋の親父さんは本当の意味でたこ焼きが好きなんだ。
Come on, what is this, man?
愛してると言っていい。
He loves it so much so that he forgets the taco and his takoyaki. Like, you know what? Let me calm down. Let me hear Keiichi out. Because I really want to know how he can justify this. Everyone gasped in surprise, including the takoyaki vendor glaring at us.
あの親父さんは本当にたこ焼きが大好きなんだ。大好きだからこそいい加減なたこ焼きを作りたくないんだ。
Okay.
そうだね、親父さん。
Takoyaki vendor looked down, unsure. Those watching were listening intently, wanting to know why octopusless takoyaki deserved such a high rating.
でもケイチさん、そんなにたこ焼きが大好きならどうしてタコなしたこ焼きなんか作りますの？
Yep, and again, Satoko's expression just perfectly mirroring how I feel on the inside. So let's see. What's his answer to this question?
そうだな。ある意味裏切りだ。だが、これは親父さんにとっての最大限の妥協点なんだ。
Alright, get to the point,
親父さんは
man.
今日だって本当のたこ焼きを作ってるよ。でも、それはこの中のほんの一つか二つでしかない。
Okay.
まあそうだね。私の食べた一つにはタコは入ってたし、タコが入ってる分にはそんなに悪い味じゃなかったよ。
そう、それが本物のたこ焼きだ。それ以外のたこ焼きは8個入ってなきゃたこ焼きじゃないという一般人の先入観への最大限の妥協なんだ。
Wait, what? And as for the other ones, it was the biggest compromise he can make against the biases of the general populace, who all think that there need to be 8 pieces on a stick or else it's not real takoyaki. Yeah, I don't understand. I'm so lost.
どうして本物は一つで他は偽物なのかな？
There we go. This is the question of the hour. What could he possibly answer?
その秘密はタコにあるんだ。
Okay.
親父さん、このタコ、本物の明石のタコだね。近年、明石のタコの水揚げは激減して、とても高騰しているんだ。
Okay.
たこ焼きなんかにとても使えないような、とても高い値段になってしまってるんだ。
Then the man who had been looking down this whole time mumbled.
そうよ。明石のタコはすごく高いんだよ。
でも親父さんは明石のタコにこだわったんだ。安物のいい加減なタコを使えばいくらでもごまかせるのに。
Wait, but you're not winning me over, Keiichi. You're not winning me over. Because the biggest question is, if he can only afford to put some of this prized octopus in some of the takoyaki, why doesn't he just have just like a couple takoyaki with actual octopus in it and sell it for a higher price instead of selling takoyaki without any taco? Because it's literally scamming them.
明石のじゃないのに明石というのぼりを立てて販売してるインチキたこ焼き屋はいくらでもあるのに。
I would rather take that. If I'm being completely honest, I would rather take that than take no like taco in my yaki at all.
親父さんはごまかさなかった。嘘をつかなかった。タコは明石。
Akashi octopus are
この一
supreme.
点だけを堅くなに譲らなかったんだ。
Okay.
親父さんはたこ焼きを愛してた。だから嘘をつけなかった。でもどうしても一点だけ強いられる妥協点があったんだ。
And what would that be?
それは何ですの？
Yes, Satoko.
数さ。たこ焼きってのは一船8個がポピュラーだ。いくら本物の明石のタコだからって言って400円で1個だけってわけにはいかないだろう。
I mean, he could.
でも8個にしなくては買ってもらえない。だから親父さんは涙を飲んだ。本物のたこ焼きを一つ作るために残り7個に嘘をつくしかなかったんだ。
God. Oh man, the octopus-free takoyaki vendor burst into tears. I gently clap one of his shoulders.
みんなが何と言おうと、俺はあんたの純粋さを忘れない。
You just wait. This is so dumb. You just said that he had to lie. And then right after you say, I will never forget how genuine you are. Oh my god. So I'm confused. So is this man selling takoyaki sticks with like multiple of the little balls on them, but only one of them have real octopus? Or do some people not get any octopus at all, and then Mion and Keiichi were one of the rare few that actually got it? I'm so confused. But so far, you know what? I'm waiting for it. This sounds so dumb to me, but I know the crowd is gonna eat this up. Because Keiichi's charisma is at level 100. We know this. Also, this vendor should be paying Keiichi for this. Imagine the insane business he's gonna get after this speech. As I embrace the shoulders of this man, shedding his manly tears. Those watching delivered a round of applause, moved by my speech.
この本物のたこ焼き屋のたこ焼きをどうか食べてやってくれ。こんな純粋な男を大事にしなくてどうして本当のたこ焼き道が守れようか。みんなが食わないなら俺が食うぞ。
And here they go. Oh my god. I can't believe it worked. I can't believe this worked. This is so absurd, man. Just, Keiichi, he's too much, man. The Yakuza stand. This must be the work of an enemy stand. God. Let's see. And then Rika suicides this world just from that. We see the glowing red eyes. Oh man, that'd be perfect. Just like, oh man, there's no taco in my yaki. This world is doomed. Let's see. Keiichi getting a chance to show off his newfound niche. Magician of words, here we go. Talk no jutsu. Exactly. Keiichi literally has talk no jutsu. Let's see. Keiichi has a metal bat. Fair point. Taco in Mayaki. Oh my god. Man. Gabby face. Dude, this is too much for me. This chapter is too much for me. And we didn't even get into the crazy stuff yet. This is just... Oh, man. This is just your typical festival nonsense.
たこ焼きが美味しそうに感じたってより、ケイちゃんの味演説が面白かったからだろうね。ケイちゃんってガマの油売りとかやったらかなりウケるかもしれない。
I 100% believe that. Keiichi could definitely sell rocks. Like, what was it? In, SpongeBob, the pretty patties, weren't they just regular Krabby Patties that were, like, spray painted? Or no, wait, was that the case? I don't even remember, it's been so long, but Keiichi could definitely sell those like hotcakes, dude.
スーパーの実演販売でもやればウケそうですよ。
I agree. Like I said, he should have been paid for what he did for that man there. Suspicious wonder knives. Absolutely stunned at my successful pitch, the guy manning the stand next to this one called out to me. Oh, here we go. Yep, here we go. Oh, so now everyone's gonna kind of like split up and go to a different stand.
よーし頑張るよ
I think one thing that I can definitely appreciate about the visual novel is how in the anime it seemed like we just skimmed over all of the festivals. Like we go there, they have a nice little time, but it doesn't usually take like longer than 10 minutes. Meanwhile, here in the visual novel, they can take a festival and stretch it out for so long and just cram it with so much content. It's crazy. But I guess that's just the entire visual novel. Like we can sit in one scenario and they can just cram so much content into it. Like the Chia Curry competition.
あんず飴が冷えててとっても美味しいんだよ
Mm-hmm.
水飴の上にねちょこってあんずが乗ってるの
Oh, okay, she's doing pretty good so far. What the heck is an apricot? I've heard the name, but I don't think I've ever seen or eaten that fruit before. If it is a fruit.
お持ち帰り
It looks like she lost herself in this midway through. But a girl giving it such natural praise was itself bringing in some customers. A line was quickly forming behind Rena. Alright, who's next?
今度はお好み焼き屋だ
Okonomiyaki.
サト
Okay.
モ行け
Satoko, you got this.
えっと
Let's hear her add her signature Satoko flair to it. Just like Rena.
焼きそばに揚げ玉入りでカリカリなのがとっても美味しいでございますわね
Interesting choice of words. I must say, knowing what I know about you, Satoko, those are some interesting choice of words there.
大きなベーコンが丸ごと敷いてあってかじるとほらビローンって出てきてはっはっはっ
Okay.
おううまいうまい
Yeah, that was actually really good.
それなら俺も食ってみたくなる
Then a huge line formed at my words. What on earth is this? So basically, all these onlookers are just following us around to all the stands.
みんなのを聞いてから食べるといつもよりずっと美味しく感じるからなのですよ
That's interesting. So that's it. Even Rika-chan was gorging herself on the food, getting sauce on the bib she put on to prevent her shrine maiden outfit from getting dirty.
よーしおじさんも盛り上がってきたよ
The older guys are getting into it too.
よしケイちゃん私はどれだ
Let's see what Mion's gonna
よっしゃ
choose.
ミオはさらにその隣の露店へ行けミオンの底力を見せてみろ
Oops.
あれでもケイチくんお隣のお店は
Wait, why is Rena blushing? What is it? What is it, like a kissing booth or something? Whoops. Oh, a goldfish scooping stand. Maybe she can still pull this off though. A bit out of our element.
いや部活の部長たるもの相手が
Ooh.
何であれ逃げられないね
She accepts the challenge.
やってみるよ
Let's see, how is she gonna sell goldfish scooping?
拝見でございますわ
The onlookers were also watching Mion with hopeful eyes.
いらっしゃいはいよ網とワン
Alright.
よ
Whoa!
しやるぞ
Okay, I think the zoom in was a little unnecessary, but sure.
金魚はみんな生きがいいね
Okay.
実に美味しそう
I don't think you're supposed to eat them.
この小さいのなんかそのままボリボリと生でいけちゃうよ
Wait,
ね
okay. Okay. This is going way off course. This is going way off course. Mutter, mutter.
ミオンさんは
Exactly!
何を言ってるでございますの
Oh, man.
みーちゃん食べてたの
I can't, man. I can't. my brain right now. Why the heck is she trying to convince these guys to eat goldfish whole?
食べちゃったの？違う。私そんなこと言ってない。
Mion, she's so precious. Mion's face went red and she shook it vehemently in denial.
いや、でも今ミオン、お前自分で言ったぞ。実に美味しそうだって。
Oh!
確かに言いました。
What? Okay, I guess Shion's here. Let's
おね
see.
って雑食ですから、口に入れば何でも食べちゃうんです。
Oh, of course. She came at the perfect time. At least perfect time for her. Because we know she likes to poke fun at Mion and kind of throw in a jab every now and then. And this is the perfect ammunition for that. Poor Mion.
美味しいなら今度僕も試してみるのです。
Please don't. Please don't.
ダメだよリカちゃん、お腹壊しちゃうよ。
Wait a second. Hey, what the hell? Shion, how long have you been here?
はーい、ケイちゃんにお姉にみんな、こんばんは。
Oops, I keep skipping too early.
あんたどこから湧いてきたのしよ
I'm guessing she wasn't expecting her.
時からずっとです。
Wait, really? That far back? Alright.
お姉たちは騒がしいからすぐに見つけられました。
もうあんたは関係ないでしょ
Oh man. And then this side of Mion is coming out.
早くどっかへ消えなさいよ
Man, I feel like her sister is like the perfect trigger for this. For the like flustered Mion to come out.
もう、お姉もあまり私を邪険にしないでください。ね、ケイちゃん。私が一緒でもいいですよね。
Oh no, not this again! She asked, grabbing my arm and pushing her chest onto it. In front of Mion? Oh my god! This is too much! Why? Dude, this festival, man, it's quite eventful, I must say.
ケイチ君、鼻血出てるよ。
Oh no, this is
と
bad.
ころてんを押したらニューって出てくるだろ。
What does this have to do with anything?
あれと同じだ。
Oh my, wait, what? What? I'm just so lost. What? What do you... Oh, my brain! I can't handle this, dude. I can't.
これは抗いようのない現象なんだよ。
Okay.
へえ、そうなんですか？
Oh no, what is she thinking?
じゃあ、力を入れたらもっと出てくるかな。
Okay, stop with this jelly donut comparison, please. This is getting into very dangerous territory.
ぎゅ？
Shields her cleavage, it's right. Oh my god. Okay, alright. And that just, oh my god, oh my god. I feel like I need water. I feel like I need water. Just, I've never heard Mion make this sound in my life. Clearly she's in distress.
シオン、あんたこら何やってんの
不潔ですわ。
I'm with Satoko. How vulgar. I am utterly
見
disgusted.
損ないましたよ。面白いのです。僕もやってみるのです。
Why? Why is she bringing this up? Why is she bringing this up? Wait, why? Why? What is going on here? This is not my wholesome Christian Higurashi that I signed up for. What is going on here? Oh my god. This is too much, man. I can't. Let's see. The calm before the storm. It's like a peach. An apricot is like a peach but smaller. Okay. Let's see. Oh god. Oh, I'm enjoying this so far. Excuse me, I didn't list NTR in my tags, Higurashi. Harder to get through than the horror parts. Honestly, it's getting to that point. Oh man. Alright, let's stop! Why? What is this word choice? A plentiful, plump feeling on my left shoulder and the sour scent. What? Oh my god! I can't. I am losing my mind right now, dude. I'm starting to tear up. What? In God's name? The sour sensation of a young, unripe fruit. Oh my god. Thank you. I don't know who this is, but they just saved me. Oh my god. Boom, boom, bang. Was it Enna? Did she smack some sense into Keiichi? Shion, Rika, and I, our faces now bruised, fell to the ground, limbs sprawled. God, man. Good job, Nana. Saved the day. I'm with her. Yeah, and you deserved it, Rika. Don't try to play innocent. Yup, see, Satoko knows. You play with fire, you get burned. Now that Shion was here, the energy around us had increased by 120%. Man. Speaking of apricot, okay, what is... Now the chat too? I'll give you one guess who it was. Be glad it was just a punch, Rika. That's true. Oh man. Alright. Hopefully that's the end of that. Let's see. Alright, we have our typical sister feud going on here. Twin sister feud.
もっと一緒にいたいけど、あんまりケイちゃんを誘惑すると本当にお姉に噛みつかれちゃいそうです。だから私、一時退却しますね。
Alright.
また来ます。じゃあね、お姉。二度と来るなー。
Oh my god, get the salt. Okay. Get the beans. Gotta throw the beans at her, ward off this demon. After teasing her older sister so much, Shion ran away into the crowd of people and disappeared. Alright, that is finally the end of that. Let's see. I feel that I've borne witness to a rare side of Mion-san. I think we've seen it before, but Satoko hasn't apparently. Oh yeah, we saw this at the game shop. Rena smiled happily, earning her whack on the head from Mion. Alright. We went about just like that, really noisy and lively to the other stands. We were paying money towards the beginning, but midway through, the guys running the shop thought we were just too funny, and we ended up being able to fool around without paying much more. Okay, that's cool. So they gave us some freebies. Thump. The vigorous sound of a big taiko drum echoed through the air. Oh man, it's time. Rika.
リカ、そろそろ時間みたいで
That's
ご
her
ざいますよ。
Batman signal. They need her.
いよいよなんだね。
Right, it's just about time for Rika-chan to appear in the offertory dance? I've never heard that word. Offertory?
ちょっとドキドキしてるのです。
You got this. You've been training.
信じなって。
Oops.
リカちゃんが流してきた汗は絶対に無駄になんかならないから。
Mion slapped hard on Rika-chan's back.
そうですわ。リカはきっとやり遂げますわ。頑張るのですよ。
You got this.
その息だよ。
I ball my hand into a fist and raise it into the air.
応援してるぞリカちゃん。ファイトオンだぜ。
You got Keiichi rooting for you too? Oops. I need to slow down my trigger finger. I keep skipping while they're talking by accident. Rika-chan gave the best smile I'd ever seen, then pivoted on her heel and ran away. Or ran off.
じゃあ私たちも行こうよ。
そうだな。応援してやろうぜ。
ダメですのよ。
You mustn't.
演舞中は静かにしていないといけませんでございますわよ。
I got it. Jeez, I rubbed a hand through her hair. She was worried about her good friend up to the end.
なら急いで行かないと。いい場所がなくなっちゃうよ。
Alright, it's time. Performance time. Time for everyone's favorite dance. Mion ran off and everyone else followed a moment later. But a large amount of people... Oh wait, maybe it happens once we get into the crowd. A large amount of people had already clustered into a tight space to watch the edifying dance.
こりゃすごい人出だな。
Wow, yeah, definitely a bright and vibrant atmosphere here. I turned around to look at everyone else, but nobody was there. What? Where did everyone go? They probably got lost among all these people. Oh, when he said nobody was there, he means like Rika and everyone. I thought, or not Rika, Rena and everyone. I thought he meant like literally no one was behind him. Finally, I spotted the back of Mion's head on the other side of the crowd. Here we go. It definitely doesn't look like I can get over there. Well, we got separated, no big deal. We can just meet back up when Rika-chan's dance is over. I gave up on finding the others and wandered around trying to look for a place where I'd be able to see better. It didn't take long for me to realize I'd have to settle for watching between the heads of the people in front of me though. Thump. Once again, an even louder taiko drum resounded. This one was to announce the beginning of the dance. I couldn't see very well, but it seemed like Rika-chan had come on stage with the elders, who were in priestly garb. I heard low exhalations of admiration and the seniors rubbing their prayer beads in gratitude. Everyone's heads were in the way, and I couldn't see. It was really frustrating. We should have cut playtime short and come here to get good spots earlier. After Rika-chan intoned the prayer, she took the festival hoe and walked to the pile of quilts stacked on the altar. That's right. The point of the ceremony was to purify bedding and to hold a memorial service, wasn't it? Then the solemn offertory dance began. She had practice using a mochi pounding mallet. The awkwardly shaped festival hoe Rika-chan held seemed really heavy. Back and forth, up and down, it was doubtlessly difficult to even lift in the air, but she sweated and waved, raised and dropped it again and again. She couldn't just deal with it and do it grudgingly. As the shrine maiden, she needed to retain the dignity and solemnity present in this festival. There must be a ton of pressure on Rika-chan's shoulders right now. Damn, why am I cheering her on from a place I can barely see her? I'm her friend, so I should be right up in the best spot. I should be right up in the best spot rooting for her. And here she is. Shion, the troublemaker herself. Someone tugged lightly on the back of my shirt collar. It was Shion. She beckoned me outside the crowded ring of people. She had a mischievous grin on her face, and I took it as her saying she knew a good place nobody else knew of.
Shion? Nanda?
Nanda?
黙ってついてきてくださいね。
After she told me so, she ran in a big detour around the throng. Man, it's great to have someone who knows the lay of the land here at times like this. Impressed though I was, I nearly lost sight of her right away. No more getting separated from me. I ran after her so that I wouldn't be left behind. As I wondered in anticipation what kind of secret spot Shion had in mind, we left the crowd of people and went around to the back of the shrine grounds.
おいおい、どこ行くんだよ。
Is this new art? Interesting. That doesn't look like the shed. Maybe we're on our way there right now.
これじゃあ、どんどん離れちゃってるぞ。
黙ってついてくればわかりますから。
See, oh man. Now I could understand Keiichi's mind is probably distracted because he's in the festival, but I think especially after hearing those stories that I was told the day before by Takano and Tomitake, I would not trust this. One person luring me away from the crowd in the dead of night, like, I would not trust that. Shion gave me a wink that reminded me of Mion as she said that. No sign of people, and not much moonlight. It was dark. We had gotten pretty far away from the crowd of people on the shrine grounds. Oh, you know what's actually interesting? I think if this were Chapter 1 Keiichi, he 100% would have been suspicious. 100%. And he would have brought the bat, and probably got to using it about this point, but who knows? How are we supposed to see Rika-chan's dance from here?
そっか、どこか高いところがあるんだな。
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's a good point. Those are both really good points. That's, yeah. I guess I can't say that, or I can't say what I said, because I'm not in Keiichi's situation. Like, I already know about all the crazy stuff that's going on, and I can kind of separate myself from the situation. But, most likely, like, 99 times out of 100, if I was in Keiichi's same situation, I would have followed down this same route. So, you're 100% right. Especially, like what you said here, Inu. Well, it's fair. It's a hot girl leading you away. Or, well, to be fair, it's a hot girl leading you away. So, like, you know, that makes sense.
屋根の上とか、そういうところから見下ろそうって言うんだろう。
Yeah, it's not like it's some shady weirdo saying like, hey, come over here. I got some wares you might be interested in, and then he opens his trench coat. It's none of that stuff going on.
はい？なんで屋根に登んなくちゃいけないんです？
だってそうじゃなかったら、どうやってリカちゃんの演舞を見るんだよ。
リカちゃまの演舞なんか見たかったんですか？
Yeah, why not? What the heck are you trying to
ひょっとしてス
say?
トライクゾーン、ものすごく低くありません？
なんだか話が微妙に噛み合わないぞ。お前は俺をリカちゃんの演舞がよく見える場所に案内してくれるんじゃないのか？
I think she's beginning to realize how dense Keiichi is.
誰もそんな約束してませんよ。
Okay. What's going on? Why me? Why do I always misunderstand Shion? Is it my fault? Am I just reading the wrong things into it? No. This one, for once, actually isn't your fault, Keiichi.
じゃあお前は俺をなんでこんなところに呼び出したんだよ。
With an expression that indicated she wasn't fooling around, Shion pressed her index finger to my lips and said slowly and quietly, "This place is a dark, dead, empty spot. You can't see it from the festival grounds, and now a male and female on the same age are all alone together." Oh god. Could this be? Nani? Shion, she's not planning something crazy again, is she?
あれを見てください。
Shion whispered, pointing into the dark underbrush. And there we saw two figures, one male and one female.
なんだありゃ。まさか。
It's the dynamic
1階の
duo.
生現場に決まってるじゃないですか。ほらほら、よく見てください。あれ、誰だかわかります？
I peered intently into the dark at Shion's suggestion. Oh, it's Tomitake-san and Takano-san. The two of them were clearly breathing quietly and glancing around to make sure nobody knew they were there, as they crouched before the entrance to a wooden storehouse-like building.
まさかシオン、これを見せたくて俺を呼んだのか？
ケイちゃん、リカちゃまの演舞は毎年見られるけど、こういうのは二度とお目にかかれませんよ。
I mean, she's not wrong. She's definitely not wrong. Let's see. I feel like I missed a lot here. Okay. Rika dance around 1 million. Let's see. What a large crowd. Wow, nobody is here. This music is so pretty. Let's see. Yeah, it's not like Detective Delicious or anything luring you into the forest. Wish I could stay, but about to fly back from holidays. We'll catch up with the VOD. I appreciate you stopping by, Neko. I hope you had a happy holidays. And I hope you have a safe travel back to your hometown. Or your home. Let's see. Q Takano neck physics. Dude, I knew there was something off about Takano's sprite, and that could 100% be it. Let me see. I had thought the Sonozaki sisters each had their own personalities, but at times like this, they seemed all too similar. Oops.
俺は帰るぞ。二度とこんなのに呼ぶなよな。
今動いたらバレちゃいますって。
At our noisy argument, Takano-san suddenly turned around. Busted. Whoa, wait! Hold on, you say Takano's neck physics? Look at hers in comparison to Tomitake. Man, his neck is like... Well, actually, his neck is pretty accurate. Now that I think about it. It's just the size comparison is massive. But Tomitake's is definitely more accurate. How, like, the neck isn't too far off from the like, jawline, or the, whatever you call this. Whereas Takano's is, like, super skinny. Is everyone else... I think everyone else's is like Takano's. Tomitake's just a Chad like that. We held our breaths and tried to wait it out, but it seemed like Takano-san was now acutely aware of our presence. Shion and I exchanged glances, then gave up and climbed out from behind the bush.
どうもこんばんは。
Yep.
お月様の綺麗ないい夜ですね。
Moon sure is beautiful tonight, isn't it? Let's see. In Go, she does have an impossible shaft head tilt. What does that mean? Because down here you say I was referring to Go doing Shaft next. So what's Shaft? Shaft head tilt? Takano and Tomitake? In this scene in Go? I don't remember. The Monogatari head tilt? Man! I feel like I'm out of the loop. Is this a meme that I'm missing? The impossible head tilt. Tomitake kept getting more and more buff as the series went on. Shaft is a studio. Okay. Oh, okay. Do you guys have like an image or something you could send me on Discord? Because I see what you're saying now. You're saying, like, for example, Dapper Shink said the impossible Shaft head tilt. So I'm guessing in Go, during this scene, she does this really, like, strange or creepy head tilt that Shaft is probably famous for. Shaft is an anime studio known for its characters tilting their heads back in an impossible way. Tilting it back? Like she was, like looking... Hold on, I'm gonna have to see this. Unfriended? Just Google? Okay. Yeah, I'll just look it up. That's smart. Let me see. Shaft? Head tilt? Shaft. Oh, wow. That popped up early. Oh, wait! Hold on! Wait! Oh, I 100% see what you mean now. Wait, let's make sure there's not anything sketchy up here. Wait, what in the world? Okay. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. So right here, I remember Ene from Mekaku City Actors. I remember this exact... I see what you mean now. That, like, kind of creepy, ominous head tilt. Yeah, like, this is actually impossible. This is actually impossible. This one... I mean, this one seems a bit more realistic. It's still kind of out there, but it seems a bit more realistic because it looks like she's just looking straight up and then, or her head is angled straight up, but her eyes are kind of tilted to the side. Now this one is definitely much more sketchy because we can see she's like tilting her head more towards us. Is this Senjo? Wait, it happened here too? With Nisekoi? And this one isn't as bad. This Madoka Magica one isn't as bad. Wait, hold on. This happened a lot in Madoka Magica. What the heck? Dude, this is... Alright, well, I guess I see what you guys mean now. Alright, look at Discord. I tagged you for Takano. Okay. Let's pull that up then. In the STDC conference room. Okay, I see. Open link. Oh, wait. Copy link. Hello? Oh, it's downloading it. I don't want to download it. I want to open it. Copy link. There we go. I had to do the preview. Okay. So I guess this is the scene you guys are talking about. And I can 100% see it. Okay. How do you guys remember this? This image must have, like, mentally scarred you guys or something. Because how do you even remember this? I can clearly see it, though. It's like... Oh man, that's so weird. Her neck is like angled up, but her head is tilted to the side. Yeah, that's definitely bizarre. That is definitely some bizarre stuff right there. Alright, let's see. Madoka Magica is my jam. I love Madoka Magica. Isn't there a new, like, season of Madoka Magica coming up soon? We remember because we're weebs. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, that was from Go. At least from what you guys have said, right? I believe that scene was from Go. We remember it as that time Higurashi did the shaft thing. Mentally scarred? Nah, it's just... Okay. I mean, there's a... If you don't think about it, then there is kind of this, like, mysterious sort of charm to it, or, like, allure to it. But if you sit down and logically think about how her neck is even able to do that, then it's like, okay, something's off here. Oh, she did it as well in Tatati? Oh man, looks like... Wait, no. Tatati... Is that in the original anime? Or in Go? Or Sotsu? Because don't all of them have Tatati? Or I think at least Go has a Tatati. But the ending is different. Alright. Well, hello there. The moon sure is beautiful tonight, isn't it? Nice way, nice attempt to play it off. Boy, she did it in Go. Okay. Cloudy, that mental math meme? You mean the one with the girl and then all the equations? Go makes Takano as sus as possible early on to speedrun that bit. Yeah, I definitely, immediately as soon as I saw her, I knew not to trust her. So they definitely knocked that out of the park. And it's because of that, it's kind of hard for me to believe that there were people that trusted her in the original. Like, I feel like, I could be wrong, but I feel like there very well might have been people that have watched the original series or maybe read the visual novel, and when they see Takano, they think that she's, you know, they don't think anything of her. I immediately think of her as suspicious.
こんばんは。月の綺麗な夜ね。
At least in the beginning, people may have trusted her.
おやおや、圭一君も隅に置けないね。こんなところで二人っきりかい？
Oh snap.
だとしたら、
He's on to
僕た
us.
ちとんでもないお邪魔をしちゃったかな。
You're the ones who were meeting up secretly. Tomitake-san and Takano-san laughed to themselves, and it got on my nerves for some reason.
ってことは、富武さんたちは密会してたってわけじゃないみたいですね。
それはもちろん違うよ。そういうロマンスも嫌いじゃないけどね。
Ooh. Yeah, Takano like that for sure.
残念だけど、あなたたちが覗き見したくなるような面白い場面じゃないのよ。期待に添えなくて申し訳ないわね。そうじゃなかったら何してるんですか？富武さん、今扉の南京錠をいじってませんでした？
See, she was like, I don't know. I mean, Shion clearly knew what they were doing, but she was trying to like play dumb and play it off as like, oh, they were coming here for some sort of rendezvous, when in actuality, she knows that they most likely came here to snoop. Hello? Okay. Huh? After she said that, I looked at the two of them again, and I definitely saw it. They were hunched in front of a warehouse door, fiddling with a pretty heavy-looking padlock. I thought they said it was cheap
バレちゃ
in
しょうが
the
ないな。
scrapbook.
僕たちが倉庫破りをしてたなんて内緒だよ。
内緒って、それ、泥棒ってことですか？
They're not the dynamic duo for nothing. I demanded unthinkingly just because of how absently Tomitake-san was grinning. But that's always Tomitake.
やあね。泥棒ってのは物を盗む人たちのことでしょ。別に私たちは物を持ち出そうとしているわけじゃないのよ。
へえ。じゃあ何のために鍵開けなんかしてるんですか？ここ開かずの細具殿ですよね。古出家とほんの一握りの人間しか入ることが許されないっていう。
A mere handful, a select few, are allowed in. Forbidden storehouse, and we have the eerie music coming in. Let's see. Someone get me the equation for neck physics. She's too sus in general, so he could be a red herring for new viewers. That's true, that's true. Alright, take care, Psycho. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much for stopping by the stream. Or was that someone else that said bye? And they were responding to them? I think it was them. Just a little B&E. It certainly looked like one. Built removed from any signs of people, almost as if in secret. It was filthy, revealing how little it was ever opened. And it was built to be durable, giving it a strange, overpowering impression. Now that I looked at it more closely, it was certainly different than normal warehouses.
ここはね、細具殿といってね、
Ritual implements.
細具をしまっている倉庫なの。
Oh, yep. This is the place where they store the tools. See, so far, outside of the scrapbook, every time we've heard of this place, it was, or I don't even know if we've heard of this place before in the visual novel, but we've always been told that there were ritual tools, but now after reading the scrapbook, we know that they were sacrificial ritual tools. So they're not just any ritual tools, they were tools that were most likely used in the many sacrifices to Oyashiro-sama.
いえ、細具を祀っている神殿と言ってもいいかもしれないわね。
Enshrined, we hear this word come up again, which also kind of confirms even more that Takano was the one writing in those scrapbooks.
リカちゃんが奉納演舞で使っている祭事用のクワも今日までこの中にしまわれていたものよ。もちろん、古出家の人間以外は不浄を持ち込むから立ち入り禁止の不可侵領域。
So she just brought up that Satoko's, or not Satoko, Rika's ceremonial hoe that she's using was in here. So maybe was that hoe used during the sacrifices to Oyashiro-sama? And if so, then that kind of acts as like a pretty, I'm guessing, a pretty big reference to when Satoko used that hoe on Rika and kind of sacrificed her to Oyashiro-sama. There are so many layers to this, man. There are so many. Holy crap. I'm learning more and more every day. If anyone but the Furude family enters, they bring impurity into it. So absolutely no one is allowed a single step in. And what are you guys about to do? Step in.
聖域なの。
Shouldn't we absolutely not be coming to a place like this then? However, Takano was wearing a childlike expression, an innocent smile at best, and terribly cruel grin at worst.
私、ひなみ沢の昔語りや伝承を趣味で研究してるって言ったわよね。私の知的興味のさまざまな答えがこの中に詰まってるの。
She's way too happy. She is way too excited about this. I don't trust
こ
it.
の中に入れるチャンスを今日までずっと待ってたんだから。
A chance. Everybody's eyes were fixed on the dance at the shrine grounds today. This was the ultimate blind spot.
へえ。
Oh, that's it?
富武さんに鍵開けの技術があるなんて知りませんでした。
あ、よしてくれよ。
Yeah, interesting. It doesn't seem like this is your first time lockpicking.
僕だっていやいややってるんだよ。
付き合わせてしまってごめんなさいね。でも、二郎さんのおかげよ。
Jito. That's
感謝して
Tomitake,
るわ。
right?
やれやれ。でも高野さん、こういうのはこれっきりにしてくれよ。こういうところに黙って入り込むのはやっぱり気が引けるよ。
Alright.
やっぱり二郎さんはいい人ね。
Kerklink? Tomitake-san undid the padlock and placed it to the side.
開いたよ。
Alright, it's open.
ありがとう。
Let me see something real quick. Okay. Alright, continue.
いよいよね。
Takano-san gulped. With an unusually excited air about her, she gave the heavy door a shove. The sharp smell of mold and dust flowed out from the gap in the doors. That's gross. I had claimed curses didn't exist, but in this situation, I could believe in them. If we went into such a holy place with our shoes on, it felt like we could be punished somehow. Yeah, and if you go in there without any shoes on, it seems like you could be contaminated somehow. Like they said, the smell of mold, like, waft out of the doorway.
どう？あなたたちも共犯なんだし。
Yep. We're
せ
all
っかくだから一
accomplices
緒に
now.
見学しない？ひなみ沢の皮脂を埋める貴重な文化遺産の見物会よ。今日だけの限定会館。
That laugh, I don't trust it. I do not trust it.
面白いと思いません？
Man, this chapter is all about the close-ups.
ねえ、
Actually, this section of the chapter specifically. Shion said predictably, linking her arm with mine.
でもこれは絶対神聖な倉庫なんだろ？西宮殿って言ったっけ？ますます勝手に入っちゃまずいよ。
私は一応園崎の人間ですから、この中にあるものはおおよそ想像がついてます。
Yep.
でもそれはケイちゃんにも見てもらいたいものです。
俺に見てもらいたいもの？
Why though? I thought it was just a ploy, but Shion's eyes looked entirely serious. Of course, she was the sort who could lie with a straight face. Of course, I was an average boy too. My curiosity was at least twice that of a normal person. Sleeping, forbidden treasures, never to leave this warehouse. Chances like this don't come around too often. It is true. I had to choose then. I wanted to see. Until the locked door is open, though. I don't know about this.
面白くないって思ったら、ケイちゃんはすぐに出ればいいです。
See, you can't say that, cause now if he leaves, he's gonna look like a chicken.
きっと興味を惹かれると思いますけどね。
Tomitake-san spoke after listening to our discussion, himself having sat down on the stairs to take a short rest.
僕がここで見張っててあげるから。一緒に見てきてごらん。 僕はあまり趣味じゃないけど、ケイチ君みたいな若い男の子には結構面白いかもしれないよ。
I mean, you went through all that trouble to break open the padlock and you're not even gonna see what's inside? He said, laughing mischievously. There was no ill will in his laughter.
富武さんはこの中に何があるのか知ってるんですか？
まあね。高野さんにたっぷり聞かされてるからね。
相方の特殊な趣味に付き合わされる殿方も大変ですね。
Tomitake-san didn't answer that, only responding with a pained smile. Takano-san had this kind of scary air about her, like she'd drop absolutely everything else for something she had an interest in and go straight for it. But Tomitake-san, on the other hand, seemed like the gold standard for what a normal person should be. Having him tell me so frankly to go check it out suddenly made the guilt feel lighter.
じゃあちょっとだけな。面白くなかったらすぐ出るぞ。
You got it. Shion gave me another Mion-like wink.
決まったみたいね。じゃあ行きましょうか。二郎さん、留守番をお願いね。
Tomitake-san waved his hand to see us off. Here we are. Wow, so you take us inside of this crazy, forbidden shrine, or not shrine, but storage room, and the first thing we see is just the ceiling. We don't get to see the artifacts or anything. The inside was pitch black, but Takano-san turned on the battery-powered lantern she brought, revealing a pretty cramped front room.
真っ暗だね。みんな転ばないように気をつけるんだよ。
ご心配ありがとう。じゃあ門番をよろしくね。ここ閉めるわよ。
Takano-san smiled spitefully, as if leaving Tomitake-san out of something fun, and began to close the door.
やれやれ。じゃあみんな、ゆっくり楽しんでおいで。
There was a low, heavy, and loud noise, and we were completely cut off from the outside world and covered in silent darkness. Takano-san's lantern was the only light we had. This is so creepy.
予備電池も入ってるアウトドア仕様なんだから。
Okay.
冷えたりなんかしないわよ。
Looks like Takano noticed my uneasy expression. I couldn't help but blush a little and avert my gaze. Deeper inside there was a heavy and old but sturdy door with solemn decorations on it. It was the last door sealing away what was within. Okay, so we're not actually in the place yet.
ただの倉庫なのに前室があるなんて変わってるでしょ。
Strange how it has an antechamber, even though it's just a warehouse, isn't it?
一度に1枚ずつ扉を出入りさせることによって西宮殿の中が外に見えないようにする工夫だと考えられるわね。
Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure either, Dapper Shinx. And it's weird how it's like happening today of all times I've streamed this game, but let's see if I can do some cleaning up. Okay. Let's see. That's okay. Those are like the most recent ones, and they all seem to have like Russian names too. Weird. Okay. Whew, I believe it's set up this way so that you open one door at a time, never letting the room with all the tools be seen from the outside. I also just realized how ominous it is listening to this game without any music at all. Takano-san explained this, awfully impressed by the construction. But still, it's really dark in here. Huh? That over there, I spotted a circuit breaker hanging from a clump of wiring, clumsily attached to the wall.
これ、明かりのブレーカーか何かじゃないですか?
I flipped the biggest switch I can find, and with a click, the pitch black room was illuminated by an old bare light bulb. Everyone scrunched up their faces at the sudden strobe light brightness. I mean, yes, this is definitely like they're freaking flashbanging us right now.
ダメです。
Before she even finished, Shion slapped my hand and flipped the switch back. There was another loud click, and the room returned to darkness, with only the lantern for illumination.
ダメです、ケイちゃん。
Dang, why is she so
私た
angry?
ちここに忍び込んでるんですよ。明かりなんかつけたらバレちゃうかもしれないじゃないですか。
I mean, yeah, that makes sense, but dang, this expression is powerful. I'm scolded by Shion fairly harshly. It looked like she was worried about whether someone had seen them from the momentary light.
大丈夫よ。本当に一瞬だし。
Takano-san remained a relaxed adult. It seemed like she was confident she could talk her way out of it if someone did see us, and I bet you she could.
さあ、入りましょう。
Alright, let's
よ
go.
いしょっと。
And chill out a bit there, Shion. Jeez, quit looking at us like that. The even heavier door opened, and this time it wasn't just the dust that came out with the air, there was also a nasty smell. One smell was like opening a dust-filled cupboard in the back of a kitchen that hadn't been opened in years. And the other smell, the nasty one, was hard to explain, but it was like the raw odor of a fish market. What? So like meat. Like it smells like raw, like meat, I'm guessing? From how the sound echoed, this room felt far larger than the first. Takano-san held up her lantern and revealed the contents of the expansive room. From how he described it, I mean, you'd think it was like a friggin' body hidden in there. At the back wall of the storehouse right in front of us was a Buddha-like holy object, standing there looking down at us. I was taken aback by its unseen force, lit up by the slender beam of the lantern. And there it is. Whoa! This place looks nuts! Oh my god! Look at all of these different, like, torture objects. Like, all of these, like, terror. Like, what the heck does this even do? Jesus. This is so strange. All of this stuff looks so bizarre. This looks like those things that they'd have, like, they're kind of like handcuffs, but they're wooden, and they go around your arms, and people used to, like, use them in the past before we had metal handcuffs. I'm so used to everything looking green in here and go. Yeah, exactly. And here, this looks so sketchy, man. Like, what the heck? Like, look at that. Like, we know all of these tools were used on humans, but this looks way too small. Like you'd have to cram them in there and they'd be like, I don't know, like scrunched up in there. I do not want to imagine how the heck any of these things were used. And look, they have a whole freaking toolbox back here full of even more things. Man. Oyashiro-sama. So this is the spirit protecting Hinamizawa. The one guarding the holy land of Hinamizawa from the impurities of the outside world, and the one delivering punishment after punishment upon those who attempted to sully the land with the dam construction.
想像してたよりたくさんの細具が収められているようね。
Yeah, this is very strange.
でも残念。
This is so sad. Let's see. Yo, welcome to the stream, Nezuko. I'm glad you can make it. Let's see.
どれもあまり手入れがされていないわ。
None of them have been maintained, so they're probably all rusty and stuff too. I have to go. Sorry, bye. Alright, take care. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate you taking the time to check out the stream. Even in the dim light, I could see a lot of strange objects lining the walls, ceiling, and shelves. Takano-san, speaking as if in a trance, was infatuated by the various implements filling the dark room. They weren't very festival-like or traditional, but instead this was more like the workshop of a blacksmith or a carpenter. There were a lot of large wooden and metal tools packed in here. Putting it bluntly, it was all pretty boring stuff. Boring? He thinks this was boring? Okay, alright. Whatever you say, Keiichi. I'd imagine there would be more artistic things in here from the Heian period, but these are a far cry from being cultural artifacts. My expression betrayed my dashed hopes, and they caught on right away.
あら、面白くないかしら?
Oh, she knows. He triggered her. He triggered her.
俺は文系でも美術系でもないんで、あんまりこういうのを見てもよく価値がわからないです。
He doesn't know. He does not know.
圭一君はよくわかってないみたいね。無理もないけれど。
Takano-san reached into a paper bag that she'd been holding the whole time, took out a worn scrapbook and began to flip through it.
じゃあ、圭一君のために昔話でも聞かせてあげようかしら。
Oh, another one of Takano's infamous story times.
この地方では一般的な昔話よ。
I wonder if this is about the demon feeding one.
図書館に行けば、教育委員会推薦の本にも載ってるくらいにね。
Telling stories in such a dark, creepy place? She must have a horror story in mind. Shion's face belied nothing but calm. If she had the same personality as Mion, she'd have found fault with me being scared. I'll endure it for now and pretend to be calm.
いい？じゃあ、読むわよ。
Here we go. After confirming that I was going to be quiet and listen, she began to speak softly, like a kindergarten teacher reading a picture book.
昔々、ある山奥の村にね、沼があったの。
This is getting real immersive.
その沼はね、底なしの深い
Oh, we are getting into it.
地の底の鬼の国につながっていたんですって。
The rumors said it was deeper than the ocean, and that anyone it swallowed would sink into the underworld, a bottomless swamp. Its name was Onigafuchi. Wait, I thought back to the story I heard yesterday about the sacrifices sinking in the bottomless swamp. Could that be the swamp she's talking about?
ってことは、その村はひなみ沢ですね。
察しがいいわね。そうよ。当時は鬼ヶ淵村って呼ばれてたけどね。
鬼ヶ淵村、物騒な響きのある名前だな。
Inauspicious name.
イメージもあったんでしょうね。明治の頃に 今の名前に改称されたって聞きました。
The name of the swamp connected to hell was called Onigafuchi, which meant the demon's abyss. And the true name of this village, Hinamizawa, was Onigafuchi Village.
村人たちは鬼の国、つまりは地獄のことね。鬼の国とつながるという沼を崇めながら過ごしてきたの。でもね、ある日のこと。
Whoa! This is some sick CG, what the heck? Demons began to appear one after the other from deep in the swamp. And look at this guy. The only being that could rival Tomitake in strength. The villagers feared. The hell was overflowing. The demons mercilessly attacked the villagers. They could only watch in fear. They could do no more than hide themselves and tremble.
で、誰かが鬼を退治するわけですか？
残念だけど、このお話には桃太郎みたいな正義の味方は登場しないわ。
じゃあ、村を挙げて戦うわけですか？
まさか。村人たちに鬼と互角に戦える力などあるわけもない。
The plot twist, that's Tomitake's true form. Man, could you imagine? I wouldn't be surprised at all. Soul Mitake versus Gym Demon. New OVA coming soon. I'd love to see that. I'd pay money to see that, honestly.
村を捨てて逃げるしかないですよね。
それも無理ね。村人たちにとっても村は大切な郷里だったから。
Man, I don't care how much I love a place. どんな恐ろしい鬼が
攻めてきたからといって簡単に逃げ出せるはずもなかったのよ。
Yeah, I don't care how much I love a place. If I'm living in like a city or a town that becomes infested with demons that start going around and slaughtering people left and right, I would leave there in a heartbeat. I am not nearly as attached as these people are. Like, I could not imagine them staying here and suffering through that. Like, instead of leaving and finding a new home to live in and prosper, they decide to stay here and sacrifice people to these very demons that are tormenting them. Interesting choice.
じゃあ、どうするんですか？滅びるしかないじゃないですか。
Unable to fight and unable to run. All they could do was wait for the village to be destroyed. Then, when everyone had lost hope... Wait, maybe I missed something. Let's see. It didn't matter how terrifying the demons, they wouldn't have run away so easily. Okay, when it said unable to run, it made me think that, like, maybe some villagers tried to run and they were killed, but I guess it's just they didn't want to run. Then when everyone had lost hope, their god, Oyashiro-sama. Jesus, these flashbangs! Oh my god, my eyeballs! I forgot the new Dragon Ball movie. I forget the new Dragon Ball movie. I need this gym demon instead. There is a good reason why they stay. I think it's actually not said in Sotsugyo, so that might be a new discovery. Okay. Interesting. I guess I will find out soon then. Their god, Oyashiro-sama, descended onto them.
なるほど。つまり、天からやってきたお社様が鬼たちをやっつけるわけですか。
ケイちゃんは男の子ですね。すぐに腕力で解決する方に走るんですから。
So what, is the correct answer to resort to death to solve your problems then? Shion sighed, a little annoyed, embarrassed. I held my tongue.
お社様はね、やっつけるとか そういう暴力的な神様じゃなかったの。もっと優しい慈愛のある神様だったの。
I mean, I don't know. Let's listen to a bit more. The strength of Oyashiro-sama descended from the heavens. Wait. Okay. Couldn't be compared to that of the demons. I don't know, that sounded weird. They didn't even fight. They simply prostrated themselves before his radiant authority. Oyashiro-sama urged them to go back to hell, from whence they came, but the demons wept and challenged him, saying they could never return.
鬼たちの世界にも厳しい戒律があってね。
Okay.
彼らは地獄を追放された鬼たちだったんです。
They had been banished from hell. Demons, who didn't have a place to go, neither in hell nor in the human world. Of course they were at fault for attacking the village. They deeply reflected on it and were very sorry. And were sorry.
村人たちも話を聞くうちに少しずつ気の毒になっていったわ。
Man, what is going on here, dude? Okay. Demons who didn't have a place to go, neither in hell nor in the human world. Of course, they were at fault for attacking the village. They deeply reflected on it and were sorry. I mean, tell that to the people that they slaughtered. And then, little by little, they came to pity the demons. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, this was a different time, clearly. But, like, I don't know. I'd imagine it'd be a lot harder to pity these beings that just come into your hometown and slaughter people left and right. And then they stop and they start to reflect on it and apologize. But it's like, dude, you killed how many people? For no reason, mind you.
それでね、村のみんなで話し合った結果、鬼たちと一緒に住むことを決めたの。
対峙するとか追っ払うっていう昔話は多いけど、共存ってのは確かに珍しいですね。
See, but oh man, this is so weird.
ですよね。鬼ってのは元来諸悪の象徴のはず。それとの共存を決めたというお話なんだから、本当に変わってます。
Okay. Soon is chapter 6, so maybe not soon. They prostrated themselves against his radiant authority. This is an extreme example of the message of Higurashi that there is no unforgivable sin. It's like a parable. Yeah, but at least from what I've seen, like, for example, with what's his name? Teppei. All of these people, Teppei and, well, does Satoko count? Let me think. Because with Teppei, I think the reason why he was forgivable, even though he did a lot of terrible stuff, was because of his actions afterwards. Like, it's one thing to say you're sorry, and it's another thing to show you're sorry. And I feel like Teppei did a really great job of showing that he was truly remorseful for what he did to Satoko. But when it comes to these demons, I mean, I'm sure there's more to the story, but I believe I've heard before, like, these demons that are supposedly living in peace alongside the humans are the same demons that, like, cured humans and gave them, like, miracles to heal them and stuff in return for, like, offerings. Like, I believe they offered or sacrificed people to these demons to, like, for miracles or something like that. So I don't know, it's just a bit strange because these guys did this terrible thing, which was kind of invading and slaughtering these people. And from what I know, they haven't really done anything to show that they're sorry. They just kind of... And they didn't even stop of their own volition. They only stopped doing this because a being even more powerful than them came. And that was Oyashiro-sama. But if he never came by to stop them, they would have continued to do all of this. Yeah, there isn't much nuance here because it's yet to be fleshed out. Just puts the idea in mind and bolsters the theme through motif. Yeah, that is... I definitely see what you're saying, though. Because there is definitely somewhat of a trend of characters that do these terrible things, and then you come around to maybe not necessarily forgive them, but kind of sympathize with them and understand where they're coming from. Like, Takano is a great example of that. We thought she was a psychopath, but then when we see her backstory about when she was a kid and her trying to carry on the studies of, I believe, her father or her grandfather, then she comes to be a bit more understandable. And same with Satoko, and same with Teppei. And now, potentially, with these demons. When the demons first heard the villagers' invitation, they doubted their ears, but soon burst into tears of joy. The villagers had given them a place to live. It was said that in the payment for this good deed, the demons would share their many kinds of powers and secrets with the villagers. Okay, so maybe I misremembered, but let's listen a bit more. Because that sounds fair. But I could have swore I remembered hearing something about people sacrificing other people to these demons. Let's see.
鬼たちが村人と分け隔てなく暮らせるよう人間の姿を与えたんですって。そして自らも地上にとどまり、末永く両者の交流を見守ることにしたんだそうよ。
A land in which man, demon, and god live together. I had thought the word demon was a noun meaning evil that needs to be exterminated. A god may have mediated for them, but you don't often hear happy endings like that where both sides live in harmony. I see, I guess it's kind of interesting.
普通のおとぎ話ならここで終わりなんだけどね。このお話は江戸時代にだいぶ加筆されたみたいで、まだまだ続く随分と長い話になってるわ。
After that, the humans and demons intermixed, and eventually there was no difference between them.
鬼の存在は結局村に溶け込んで消えてしまったということですか？
いいえ、消えたりなんかしないです。
Not at all. Okay.
半分はしっかりと残ってたそうですよ。
Half of them stayed just as they were. So half of them became humans and half of them stayed in their demon forms. The knowledge the villagers had received from the demons basically made them into something inhuman, what people call transcendent. They were well aware the power they had was hearsay, or heresy, and as those below worshipped them, they lived out their lives in secrecy.
このお話がね、その後に派生するたくさんの昔話。
Oops.
だからこのお話がある意味基礎中の基礎。
Okay.
ベーシックね。
The basis. It's also a very intentional flaw that there was a god involved. Back in this time, they required something outside the world of humans to be forgiven. This will be directly addressed before the end. Intentional flaw that there was a god involved. Back in this time, they required something outside the world of humans to be forgiven. Interesting. I guess I will find out.
どういう意味ですか？
村人たちは鬼の血を引いているという部分ですね。
So basically, are they hinting at the idea that there are still villagers to this day that carry demon blood and we have no idea?
つまりこの辺りに伝わるさまざまな伝承や昔話は全部その村の人たちは鬼の血を引いているというのが前提になっているんです。
There was a hint of amusement on Shion's face as she said that. It was like she wanted to say that she, too, had demon blood in her. Interesting. Is there any proof, though? Maybe it's somehow rooted in historical fact beyond just fairy tales.
あら。じゃあ、前原君は沼から鬼が現れて人間と交わったっていうのは本当にあった出来事だって信じてるのかしら？
I mean, at this point, why not?
信じないわけじゃないんですけど。
I think so far when it comes to this story, if I was Keiichi, I'd feel pretty indifferent. Like, I don't know. It seems like, so apparently these demons came out of the swamp, killed a bunch of people, then a god came down, and then they apologized, and then they lived in harmony with the humans. And then the god gave them the ability to change their appearance to look like humans, so they lived with them, they intermixed, and then they had children with demon blood. So, even if this story were true, I don't think it would really... Well, okay. If I were a normal, like, villager in Hinamizawa, I don't think I would worry. Because, you know, I'm one of them. But I just realized Keiichi is an outsider. So actually, I probably would be a bit concerned. Because, like, okay, now I'm a human, potentially living within a village filled with, you know, demon hybrid people. Now, it's been hundreds of years, so that demon blood has probably been filtered quite a bit, but I'd be concerned for sure. Like, I wouldn't, at this point, if I were Keiichi, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Shion's head just split open and, like, a mouth came out and tried to eat me or something. Like something from Parasite. I would not be surprised. When she said demons, she meant the ones from hell, but in ancient Japan, the word wasn't necessarily used to denote only that kind, right? Is he referring to yokai? Or maybe it's just oni. The more well-known use involves the drifting foreigner theory. As the story goes, Westerners who were shipwrecked in nearby seas had such markedly different customs that they were called demons. Japanese people were relatively similar in appearance to other Asians, but everything about those from the West was different: their physiques, their faces, and their skin color. In Japan, terms like red demon and blue demon evoke images especially of Westerners. Lacking in skin pigments, Westerners would sunburn easily and turn red. Okay, that's an interesting piece of lore that I never knew. So then, okay, what about blue? Being fair-skinned, I think blood vessels appearing on their skin would look blue too? I mean, I guess. Not necessarily, but I can see where they're coming from. Like, yes, it does look blue, but I don't think it's nearly enough to the point where they would be represented, or where I would imagine them being represented as these oni. Because if you look at the blue oni and the red oni, they are like completely blue and completely red. The sunburned example makes sense because your skin does look very reddish. But if you just have pale skin and just being able to see the blood vessels, like, they're so small that I don't know. It's an interesting piece of information, though. A handful of accidental aliens would drift into Japan and came under persecution, being called demons. They would flee into the mountains to survive, turn into bandit groups, and attack villages for food and the
なん
like.
て説はどうでしょう。ちょっと子供じみてますかね。
Takano gave me a weird smile. When having come up with such an impromptu hypothesis, I unconsciously followed it up with self-deprecation. Still, she didn't smile as if to make fun of me.
別におかしくないわよ。
Oh, okay.
実際に漂流偉人説を唱える人もいるもの。
She actually looks serious for once.
でも実際はどうなのかは誰にもわからない。
Okay.
山賊化した偉人の集団だったのか、本当に地の底から来た鬼たちだったのか。
Interesting. The world may never know.
じゃあ、高野さんはどっちを信じてるんですか？
真相は別にして、夢のある方を信じたいわね。
Interesting.
その方が面白いでしょ。
Her answer made her sound a wee bit like a romanticist. Here, I thought she'd reject unrealistic stories like that.
さて、いよいよここからよ。面白くなるのは。
The fun begins. Takano-san brought an end to her storytelling and waits for a moment as if to tantalize us. Even Shion's confused. Suddenly, Shion looked around as if something had caught her eye. Her head bobbed to and fro like she was making sure nothing had changed.
どうしたシオン？
ごめんなさい。気にしないでください。
This is so sketchy, man. Shion pretended as though nothing had happened. Takano-san also made sure nothing had happened, then cleared her throat and broached the next subject.
村人たちに半分鬼の血が流れてるのは話したわね。
Okay. Next.
実はその血なんだけど、鬼は鬼でも人食い鬼の血なんだって言われてるの。
Huh.
人食い鬼ですか？急に物騒な響きになりましたね。
Wouldn't that be counterintuitive for man-eating demons to breed with humans? So now you have, like, human-eating half-demon humans? Like, I don't know. You basically have cannibals.
その血は今でも村人たちには脈々と流れていてね。
Ooh, spooky.
時折その血が眠りを覚ますと言われて
Okay, now that is creepy. Sometimes the blood awakens from its slumber. I thought the fairy tale had a happy ending, with the humans and demons living in peace, but it began to suddenly change into a brutal, bloody story.
人食い鬼だから、 何十年かに一度どうしても人肉が食べたくて仕方がなくなる周期があるんです。
Things are definitely getting creepy, and the fact that she like described this as fun, that just shows where her head is at right now.
だからって村人同士で共食いするわけにはいかない。
Okay, so they have to eat outsiders. Oh snap.
だから
It all makes sense.
その度に人里へ降り鬼隠しをしたと伝えられてるわ。
So when this happens, it's said that they descended on the human villages and conducted onikakushi. What does onikakushi mean? Demon eating?
何ですか？鬼隠しって。
Or demon feast?
平たく言えば鬼たちによる誘拐行為よ。
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Demoned away. I'm
鬼が
pretty
口
sure
村の
they
村人
explained
た
that
ち
in
が
the
人
first
里に
chapter.
押し寄せ、哀れな生贄を無理やり力ずくでさらったんですって。
They say that the villagers of Onigafuchi would overwhelm unfortunate human villages in order to kidnap sacrifices. Takano-san's explanation was plain and simple, but when I imagined what it must have been like, it was terrifying. They lose their human reason. The villagers turn into real demons en masse. They attack the villages they loathe in the dirty world of the masses below. And then they kill and eat their sacrifices.
それじゃあ鬼と何ら変わりないじゃないですか。お社様はどうしたんです？その村にとどまって人々を見守ってるんじゃなかったでしたっけ？
もちろんお社様も了承してたそう
And
よ。
he just let it happen.
だから鬼隠しは無差別ではなく、神様が決めた生贄以外には誰もさらわなかったらしいし、ほとんどの場合は一人か二人だったって記されてるわね。
A village inhabited by those both human and inhuman. It was like the heartwarming episode's colors had inverted like negative film, revealing the painful and ugly truth.
そうして生贄をさらってきた夜にはね、哀れな犠牲者をおいしくいただくため、Watanagashiの儀式が開かれたというわ。
Oh, it all makes sense now. So it's kind of like a step-by-step sort of situation, because Onikakushi is the demoning away. That's when they would go and capture humans and then bring them back to their home to feast on them. And then it says here they would feast on their kidnapped sacrifices, which is why the nights came to be known as Watanagashi. And Watanagashi has a double meaning. I believe it means cotton drifting, which sounds much more innocent, but it also means like intestine drifting or like entrails drifting or something. So the night was probably called Watanagashi because after they would finish feasting on the sacrifices, then their intestines would probably, and their blood and stuff would probably drift off into the river and kind of trail towards wherever the heck the river led. Watanagashi. Tonight's festival was Watanagashi. I just couldn't reconcile the fun festival with the horrible tale Takano-san was telling me.
Watanagashi は確か冬の間に使った布団なんかに感謝するお祭りじゃなかったでしたっけ？
No, sir. You are incorrect.
ケイちゃん、綿って言いません？
Mm-hmm.
臓物のこと。
Yep, entrails, there we go. Shion, who had been silent up until now, spoke up.
綿？
Entrails?
そういえば言うな。魚の綿っていう。
Not exactly, but close enough.
え？
Like a jigsaw puzzle, the fun times I had today and Takano-san's grotesque tale clicked together in my mind.
Watanagashi.
Gut spilling. I didn't think saying that could ever feel so nauseating.
そう。前原くんの想像している通りよ。
See, at this point, I would 100% believe that she is probably one of these demons. And I'm her next victim. That's what I would think if I was Keiichi. I would have booked it the heck out of there.
今でこそWatanagashiは毎年6月に行われるちょっと早い夏祭りに過ぎないけど、昔は違った。哀れな食材をさらってきた夜にだけ開かれた。
Jeez.
凄惨な人食いの宴のことだったの。
嘘だ。
I had no real reason to say that, but I couldn't help it.
前原くんはさっき、Watanagashiは布団を清める儀式だと言ったわね。綿が詰まった布団って 何を意味してると思うかしら？
Yep, yep. Oh god, now that I think about it, that's actually so dark. Purifying futons. You're basically purifying the sacrifices by like ripping their entrails out. Oh man. Takano only tells nice happy stories. Takano happy energy.
シング、寝るための道具だよ。他に何の意味があるんだよ。
I was rattling on, desperately attempting to deny the horrible festival that Takano-san was describing. Deep down, however, I found myself understanding all too well what she meant. Futons stuffed with cotton. If the cotton represented entrails in both pronunciation and meaning, then entrail-filled futons would have been humans.
では、リカちゃんがやった奉納演舞を思い出してちょうだい。
Oh, snap. Yeah, that's her using one of the sacrificial tools, the sacrificial ritual tools, to kind of, I guess, extract the entrails from the body. So the dance that she's doing here was probably something along the lines of what they did to the humans in the past, what the demons did to the human sacrifices. This is all different kinds of messed up.
わからねえよ。第一、リカちゃんの演舞は最後
Yeah,
までちゃ
you
んと
didn't
見て
even
ない
let
し。
him watch.
ケイちゃん、エキサイトしすぎです。
I would have been dipped. I don't know why he's still here. Shion grabbed one of my ears, reminding me that this wasn't somewhere I should raise my voice. Even so, I still can't suppress this agitation I feel.
リカちゃんが持っていた祭事用のクワ。もう薄々は気づいてると思うけど。
Yeah, it's
あれ
definitely
は田畑
not.
を耕すクワではなくて、
It is much pointier and much sharper.
人間の腹をこじ開けるための解剖なのよ。
Now, I wonder if she knows this. I wonder if many of the villagers know about this. About these stories and how they tie into the festivals and stuff. Maybe the older ones do. But I don't know. I don't even think Rinka... Well, maybe she does know. But it'd be kind of sick, honestly, to imagine Rika doing this dance and knowing exactly what it represents. Oh, snap! We get some new CG here. Takano looking as creepy as ever. I didn't see the dance all the way through, so I don't know what kind of performance Rika-chan was putting on after I'd left. When I told this to Takano-san, she kindly explained Rika-chan's dance to me. To summarize what she said, after what I'd seen, Rika-chan would pierce the futons with a hoe, cut them open, and pull out the cotton inside. She'd cut the cotton out one bit at a time and set it afloat. That's the kind of ritual it
平たく
was.
言えば、魚の綿を取り出して三角コーナーに捨てるのを仰々しく儀式仕立てにしたってことね。
Jeez.
それで儀式はおしまい。その後は、それぞれの役割を持った村人たちが、おのおのに肉を解体して、美味しくいただいたって考えられてるわね。
Oh, and that's kind of like how now in the Watanagashi festival, everyone takes a piece of the cotton from the futon and throw it into the river. Whereas here, the demons, they took a piece of the flesh and ate it. Oh man, this is dark. They're probably able to put two and two together. Yeah, I think so. But it's kind of interesting. Now that I think about it, you have innocent, cute little Rika doing this super dark and kind of morbid ritual. And if she knowingly did it, like if she did it knowing the historical context behind it, that's even more of a like, dang, is she really as innocent as we think she is? At Takano-san's strangely happy giggle, I felt, for some reason, violent displeasure. Rika-chan, every day during our lunch break, she'd take a rice-pounding mallet into the schoolyard, and she'd work so hard, sweating bullets, to practice for the offertory dance she had done today. All that effort, all that work, Takano-san disgraced it, even though she worked so hard to practice for today.
高野さんももう少し言葉を選んでほしいです。ケイちゃん、ナイーブなんですから、あまりからかわないでください。
I also love this Shion expression right here. It reminds me a lot of Mion, actually. This looks like a face that I'd imagine Mion making. Like, for example, the last live stream, when Takano and Shion and Tomitake first started telling the story to Keiichi, and we know Mion was trying to pull Keiichi away to go grab something to eat or something, I'd imagine this was probably the exact same expressions they had on their face. Keiichi, a little bit concerned, Mion trying to kind of change the subject, or like, I don't know, wanting her to stop talking about it, and also her grabbing onto Keiichi's arm. Like, I could imagine this exact scene being copy and pasted in that other scenario. That's so interesting. A moment before I opened my mouth to express how angry I was, Shion stopped me. Shion must have been fully aware of how that story made me feel.
ごめんなさい。男の子だからショッキングな話は結構好きかと思って。
She is so creepy, man. Takano-san spoke without a hint of malice as she grinned
この
gracefully.
辺まで話を聞けば、ケイちゃんにもこの細具伝の中にどういうものがあるのか、理
Yeah.
解できるようになってきませんか？
Now it's not so boring, is it?
ほら。
Shion pointed out one of the walls vaguely illuminated by the lantern's light. There was, mere moments ago, they hadn't held my interest. They were just boring-looking tools lined up on the shelves. All these uninteresting tools that I didn't understand how to use, they all suddenly took on a new meaning, and I couldn't help but let out a groan. At first, they had looked like carpentry tools, like chisels or planes. However, when I thought back, I'd seen pictures of these sorts of tools before. Yeah, they came up in a Japanese history textbook. Yes, on the page introducing the Kaitai Shinso, or the new text on anatomy.
こういうのはね、医学の本場、ドイツの文献の方がリアルに掲載されてるわよ。
These aren't carpentry tools. These strangely shaped tools, they're for dissection. Everyone knows that in the Edo period, they would dissect the corpses of those who had been put to death in order to gain knowledge about the Western medical techniques. Jeez. That's... wow, okay. That's strange. Illustrations of the dissection tools they used at the time came up in textbook supplements. The things hung up on this wall all looked exactly the same as those.
もっと怖い言い方をするなら、調理道具といったところかしらね。
Jeez, why? Why is she, like, trying to spice up this already creepy situation? And that laugh, like... dude, she's so creepy. Takano-san holding the lantern, the only light source in the room, led us along the wall. She had the only light, so I had to walk after her whether I liked it or not. See, at least Tomitake has somewhat of a heart, because he said that he had a vague idea of what was in here, and the reason why he probably opted to stay at the front was because he didn't want to see all of this. Meanwhile, she is loving it. She's loving every moment of this. She had the only light, so I had to walk after her whether I liked it or not.
ほら
Takano-san illuminated a coiled chain, which left a bigger impression than the other things we saw. The chain in itself was nothing unusual, but further along it were metal fetters that were like hinges, clearly meant for binding people. So like shackles?
ケイちゃん
And now even Shion's getting a little distressed.
あれ
Shion tapped me on the shoulder and pointed to a Hold on. Hold the phone. Hold on. This couldn't possibly be the same restraining table that her sister would go on to use on her in the future, would it? This is so... Dude, like, I told this to someone before. Watching Go and Sotsu first, and then coming back and reading the visual novel, I feel like this is a completely different experience. Or like a distinctly different experience from those that did it the other way around. Because holy crap, I'm sure to many people, when they saw this moment, or read this moment, they really didn't think much of it. Like, oh man, that's a creepy restraining table over there. But me, having the knowledge from Sotsu, is this potentially, like, it's so crazy. Shion points out, like, hey Keiichi, look at that creepy restraining table. And then immediately I remembered, wait a second, in Sotsu, wasn't she bound to a restraining table and tortured? Or am I thinking of someone else? Was that the mayor? I don't remember. Or was there multiple people? It's been so long. But I know for sure Mion used a restraining table to torture. And I think... No, she didn't use it on Shion. I think she just used it on the mayor. Because she just, like, tased Shion to death, right? I'm mixing things up. But I think it's still interesting that she points out this restraining table, and this might be the same one that her sister would go on to use to torture people. That's interesting. No, that was the mayor. Okay. Wow, that's... So I went on this crazy tangent for like 5 minutes, and I just have to redact everything I said in the first 4 minutes because it wasn't even about Shion. But I think there's still somewhat of a connection there, if this is the one that Mion used. Because right now, Shion is kind of drawing our attention towards this restraining table that would later come into the story again in a very kind of traumatized way. She killed Shion by sort of accident? Dang, man, it feels like it's been so long already. She killed her by accident. Oh, man. All I remember is the aftermath, where Mion, like, snaps out of it, and then she starts kind of going crazy, like, what the heck have I just done? But I don't remember exactly what she did to Shion. I know she, like, she went into a trance and immediately regretted it. Yeah. But I don't remember exactly what she did to her. I know she, like, tased her once, and then I think she fell to the ground, and then I think she tased her. Oh, she strangled her! She strangled her. That's what happened. Okay, I remember now. She strangled her, and then she just snapped out of it immediately after. Yeah, okay. I see. tased, then choked. Okay, okay. My spine froze. My blood felt like it was turning into sherbet, and it crawled up my back. On each of the joints, there were things like chains and iron balls attached. It was like the table was searching for its next sacrifice, ready to spread their arms wide and close them in.
多分まな板じゃないかしら。犠牲者を拘束してこの台の上でお料理をしたんだと思うわね。
That is so creepy, man. The words chopping block sent a jolt through my body. When I looked more closely, there were many dark slices carved into it, as though from a knife or a saw. So clearly it's used. Clearly it's been used. They were the most clear-cut signs of usage you could ask for. It proved these tools weren't just for show. They were used for their original purpose. If someone was strapped tightly onto this table, they probably wouldn't be able to move even a muscle. Their guts would be defenseless. You take one of those eerie cooking knives lined up over there, stab them with it, and then you'd slice open their belly and dissect them. Man, this is one thing that I think is so bizarre about like cultures and like rituals in the past. I don't understand where this trend or idea came from of like sacrificing people, like cutting them open and sacrificing their organs and stuff. Like, for example, I know in like there were, I don't know exactly what it was. I don't know if it was like the Aztecs or the Incas, or I don't know exactly which group it was, but I know they did something kind of similarly where they would like take prisoners of war and then they would cut their hearts out and sacrifice their hearts to like the gods in hopes for rain or something like that. But I don't understand where this idea came from of like, oh, maybe it would make this god happy if I just completely mutilated my neighbor, or completely mutilated this human being for them.
話には聞いてたけど、すごい。
Before coming in here, Shion had mentioned she had a good guess of what was inside, but it seems to have exceeded her imagination. Yeah, I'm guessing she already knew that all these tools and everything were in here, but now this is actual proof that these tools were put to use. And that's why she went from being like cool as a cucumber before, just like Takano, to now actually being freaked out. Like, wait, these things actually happened. These aren't just folk tales anymore.
どう？浪人業館より面白いでしょ？
Wax museums are creepy too. Takano-san had this happy expression like she was visiting a toy store for the first time. Dude, I don't know. Human nature is often less nice, and so being made in God's image, the God themselves, is probably equally less than nice. Exactly. I agree, because a lot of people, like, it's interesting because many people, when they think of like gods and demons or gods and the devil, they think of like good and evil. But in many cultures, there are multiple gods, and many of these gods weren't exactly these super kind, loving, benevolent gods that like most people believe. I mean, just look at Greek mythology. There are a lot of gods that were terrible, that did some really messed up stuff, including like, well, I don't want to give any examples, but like, there are definitely some gods that did some messed up stuff, and there were definitely some like selfish gods that did things for their own self-interest instead of for the best interest of their worshippers. So of course people decided a god might enjoy sacrifice. That's true. That's actually a very valid point. Honestly, almost every god has done messed up stuff in some lore somewhere. That's true. Zeus running... Yeah, exactly! That's what I was thinking! That's exactly what I was thinking, but I didn't want to... I didn't want to bring it up myself. Especially with, like, demonetization and stuff like that. But yeah, Zeus is a prime example. Mm-hmm. Yep. All of you guys know. It seems I don't need to explain. We're all very much well aware of what he's capable of. Or what he's done in the past. This Mio Takano person has nerves of steel. Are these bizarre, grotesque objects that fascinating to her? Zeus do be a little sussy baka. Yep, and the crazy thing is, like, he's not even the only one. He's just probably the most infamous one because he's considered the king of gods. So, like, he's, like, number one, and if he's doing things this terrible, imagine what everyone else is getting away with. I'll be frank. This was all too weird for me. Still, there was something even more horrifying than all of this. Wait, what? Wait, is that true? What in the world? That's, number one, that's such a stupid way to go about that. Like, why not turn into an owl? What? Oh my god, man. This is so dumb. But yeah, I know there's a bunch of examples out there. Like, isn't there something, like, when it comes to Medusa, or wait, no, I'm mixing up stories. But I don't know. I remember there was this one story that I think was like somewhat of a beauty contest. Like, I think this person, I don't remember if they were a guy or a girl, but they were asked who was the most beautiful, and it was between like Aphrodite, Athena, and maybe someone else. I don't remember. Why did I even bring that up? I don't know. It was an interesting myth, but I don't remember anything about it, so bringing it up was pointless. That would be none other than Takano-san herself. Wait, what did the last thing say? Still, there was something even more horrifying than all of this. I agree. He finally sees it. Takano-san holding the lantern, giving off such a thin beam of light. If she suddenly turned it off, then someone's getting strapped to that restraining table. Then what would I do when the next moment everything went totally dark? That started a whole war. Yeah, wait, are you talking about the thing I was saying? Man, because I really don't remember. That's why I was scared. Takano-san had the only light, and anyway, I was scared. At some point, Shion had started holding on to my shirt sleeve. It was a little annoying to walk like that, but I didn't shake her off. Oh, okay. So, at least you have somewhat of an idea of what I'm talking about. It was a little annoying to walk like that, but I didn't shake her off. That mirror sensation allowed me to feel the presence of an ally here and now. I think it was the Princess of Troy who asked. Dude, I'm not entirely sure. Oh man. I'm gonna need more info before I can confirm or deny. Takano is legit the older version of watching criminal investigation shows. That's true. Actually true. Because, like, I think all of us, maybe we have or haven't gone through that phase of, like, binging criminal investigation shows and stuff, where you're like, man, this stuff that's going on is absolutely sick, but I can't stop watching it. Like, I gotta figure out why these psychopaths are doing what they're doing. But yeah, I think you're right. I think it was a girl that was asked this question. And I think she gave, whatever answer she gave, one of the goddesses weren't happy with that answer, and so they punished her for it. I don't remember exactly. I might have to look it up. Before we even walked halfway through the storehouse, the air I felt on my skin changed completely. These cruel tools lined up, all crammed together in this place. Cruel tools. Some were horrible ones made to take away sacrifices, freedom, and some were tools made to efficiently disassemble and prepare the bodies for consumption. Those were just the things I understood. There were plenty of other strange-looking objects that I couldn't even guess the purpose of. Now that I was here, I didn't have the slightest desire to hear the details about what sort of terrifying reasons they were meant to be used for. At the very least, they were all completely different from the sort of clean, simple killing function of a katana. Yeah, those are the kind of like brutal, kind of hacking sort of weapons. Like kill people slowly and painfully. Tools to kill people were obviously constructed in such a way that they could kill people. If that were the goal, then the person you used them on would obviously end up dead. These kind of tools here, however, were different. These tools that were here were for cutting people, for crushing them, for boiling them and cooking them, and for grinding them. They were tools of torture. They weren't made to kill people. People dying was just an incidental result. Actually, they might not even kill them. If the sacrifices could die during such a horrifying ritual process, that would be nice, but they don't even die in the end. They remain in a state of hellish pain. Perhaps they were only being allowed to live. Only now in this moment did I fully realize just how terrifying and fearsome that difference was.
人ってね、上手にやると結構殺さずに済むものらしいの。
Of course she would know. Of course she would know. Takano-san, as if reading my mind, displayed a shocking smile.
魔女狩りで有名な家系。火あぶりなんかはすぐに死んじゃうのよ。
Yep.
全身の皮膚が広範囲にわたって重度の火傷を負うと、組織の分解産物で中毒症状を引き起こし、
Jeez, that sounds
重度なショ
painful
ッ
as
クを
heck.
併発しちゃうから。
I actually heard that's one of the most painful ways to go. It's like burning alive. I believe drowning is another one.
まあ確かにそれに至るまでがギロチンなんかに比べればはるかに長いところに残虐性があるんだけど。
Yeah, I can imagine. She describes such horrors in such a strangely medical way. And yet, while she's saying all of this, she has this smile on her face. Shion immediately answered the question I had.
高野さん、看護師さんですから。
She's a nurse. There's a saying that nothing can scare a doctor. I guess it's true.
ところがね、ローマの時代の処刑方法にね、網
Grill
焼
the
きというもの
person.
があったの。バーベキューと同じにね。
Dang, that sounds painful, man. Oh my gosh. Like grilling a person alive? That sounds painful. Especially if it was like the actual grills we have today. Not like exactly one-to-one, but how you have like this kind of, I don't even know what it's called, but the like gate or whatever. I think it's called a grill. I'm not entirely sure. But basically all of those like metal beams that you rest the meat on, and then you heat it from underneath. I'm guessing it's a contraption, something like that. And that sounds extremely painful, because even though the like heat, whatever they're using underneath, is extremely hot, the metal beams are going to be even hotter. So it's going to be so hot that I think I'd imagine it would like burn your skin, and then your skin would start to like kind of stick to the metal beams. I don't know how to explain it, but kind of like melt onto the metal beams. That sounds extremely painful.
金網で挟みつけて
Oh,
炭
never
火でじ
mind.
っくりと焼いたんですって。
They would cover the person in wire netting and slowly cook them over a charcoal fire. So yeah, that sounds just as brutal. Jesus. To think the memories of when I went to day camp with my family would come rushing back now of all time so vividly.
これだとね、どういうわけかなかなか死なないらしいのよ。ものの本によると、一昼夜かけて片側が炭化するくらいこんがり焼いても、まだ意識があって、流暢に話をしたなんて記述も出てくるから。
That is terrifying. And the way she's talking, she sounds like she's on the brink of like laughing. This is so disturbing. You'd grill someone the whole day and they'd still be conscious. It's said that ancient Rome, famous for their executions, thought of plenty of ways to execute someone while having the victim stay alive for as long as possible. Yep, definitely. There are a lot of methods that have originated from Rome.
その中にね、お腹を開いて腸をウインナーみたいに引っ張り出してウインチで引っ張り上げて晒し物にする刑があったんですって。
Interesting. What the heck is a winch? What is a winch? Pull them up with a winch and put them on public displays? But this, of course, reminds me a lot of episode... I don't even remember what it was. I think it was episode 16 or 17 of Go, where Satoko did this to Rika and, like, pulled out all of her intestines while she was still alive. Like that? Oh, God. Why did I remind myself of that? Shion was behind me, clinging to me. Lovely information, Takano. Very nice. Not just because she was scared. She was protecting her stomach.
臓物を引っ張り出すなんて聞いただけでもすぐに死んじゃいそうでしょ。
She is loving this too much, man. Someone lock this woman up. Right next to Rena, trying to kidnap Rika for the 50th time. You'd think someone... Oh wait, I already read that.
丁寧に優しくやるとね、意識がはっきりとした状態のまま腹渡を引きずり出すことって可能らしいのよ。
That is absolutely disgusting. That is gut-wrenching, man. I felt a sick feeling in my stomach. It was like my organs were coiling up just from Takano's stare.
ウィンチで引っ張り出すっていうのはなんだか大行な方法だけど、もっと野蛮に裂いた腹から臓物をちぎっては投げちぎっては投げという、そんな恐ろしい刑もあったんじゃないかって十分に考えられない？
This one is a lot more in line to what Satoko did.
でも処刑者には意識があるの。
Gut-wrenching? Okay, I didn't mean to do that. No pun intended there.
それは痛い以上に恐ろしい体験なんでしょうね。
The manga finally got to Aiwa's introduction. Oh yeah, I remember. I don't remember where I saw it, but I believe the manga is supposed to give like an ending that's different to Sotsu, right? Okay. Interesting. A part of me kind of wants to check it out now, but clearly I'm already preoccupied with this, so who knows? We might have. Okay, So what is it? 2030 we're gonna have Umineko. 2050 we're gonna have Sakonia. Mark your calendars in 2080. Then we'll check out the manga. That sounds like a fun little plan to add to our list. Let's see. She spoke with pleasure, as if she had come here on a sightseeing trip. I heard Shion gulping multiple times near my ears.
ひなみ沢の、いえ、鬼ヶ淵村の渡長氏もそんな感じだったのかしらね。
Oh, I would not be surprised at all. Just look around. They probably used every single one of these tools in here.
ほら、耳を澄ませば聞こえてくるような気がしない？
Now she's really trying to scare Keiichi. I wanted nothing more than to not hear anything at all. So why? Why only at times like these do I begin to hear things I shouldn't be able to? What is it, like the screams of the dead or something? Oh, is that from Rika? Takano-san, having realized she scared Shion and I enough to this point, smiled soothingly. Then she turned on her heel, raised the lantern, and began to walk again. If Takano-san left us here, we'd get even further away from the light. Shion and I, no matter how scared we were forced to follow Takano-san along on her field trip through the ritual storehouse. You could catch up in one stream if you wanted to, if you're just doing Go. Okay, it's pretty fast-paced compared to the anime. That's actually one thing I really like about manga. Like, for example, so many people were saying like, oh, you gotta check out One Piece, you gotta check out One Piece, it's so good. And for me, I felt much more comfortable reading One Piece than actually going and watching the anime, just because manga is so much more fast-paced. Cloudy's last video be like, I spent my life catching up to the Yukishi content. Here's what happened. Dude. And by then, everyone else that was into the Yukishi content would like be in wheelchairs and like they probably wouldn't even be able to read anymore. They need to put on their reading glasses, squint their eyes. Man, they'd have to turn up their hearing aids to hear the video. Oh my god. On his deathbed, 200 years old, kept alive by the need to finish it. That's the only thing keeping me going. Oh my god. Shion and I, no matter how scared we were, forced to follow Takano-san along with those field trips, on her field trip through the ritual storehouse. Man. And then instead of having like an IV drip, I'm like having curry injected into my veins to keep me alive. I suppose we've seen a bit of everything.
ね? 面白いところでしょ?
She says, raising the lantern high into the center of the storehouse. The dim lighting didn't change, but for some reason it felt like I was able to see all of those horrible tools at once. Jesus, what is up with the close-ups in this chapter, man? Oh, is there more? Shion stammered while grabbing the nape of my neck. I couldn't tell because it was so dark, but there were a lot more tools hanging from the ceiling as well. They all looked like they were made of iron bars, but then I figured it out. They were cages? Yeah. For cages, they were very small. Cramped cages just for one, like a casket. If you got locked up in there, no, you wouldn't get locked up inside it. It was another tool meant for restraining people, where the iron bars would squeeze you tightly. All the so many big and large things of all shapes were hanging down. Takano-san's mention of executing by grilling crosses my mind. Oh my god! Can you imagine that? Being in those like super cramped bird cages while like hanging over a fire pit? Oh man. We weren't just surrounded on all sides by these terrifying instruments. Things crowding the ceiling were even hanging over our heads.
ヨーロッパの拷問道具にこういった鳥かごがたくさん登場するわね。日本にもあったなんて驚きだわ。
Oops.
ケイちゃん、あれ中に入ってない？
There's no way, right?
人？
An actual like
ミイラ？
skeleton in there or something? Shion desperately pointed to one of the many human-sized bird cages hanging from the ceiling, but I couldn't tell which one she meant. Being that dark, there wasn't any way you could tell if something was in there in the first place. The true agenda of I Just Want to Grill. Takano must be fun as hell on Halloween. I would be terrified to be anywhere near Takano on Halloween. I would be terrified to be anywhere near her. Sure, she can tell one hell of a horror story, but she's way too convincing. Like, I would be afraid that she would be out to get me. Not whatever she's talking about in the story. She's the scariest thing about the horror story. Just like how she's so comfortably able to talk about such gruesome stuff.
私には何も見えないけど、見間違いじゃないの
？Shion didn't seem convinced, but without a means to confirm ourselves, we couldn't do much but wonder.
これで前原くんにもなんとなく信じられるようになったんじゃないかしら。ひなみ沢に伝えられる恐ろしい儀式の数々が。
Like, everything that she said would traumatize anyone or any foreigner that's just not foreigner, but what's the word? Would they be considered a foreigner? Pretty much someone that's like lived somewhere else and have just recently moved here. Any of them would be traumatized. It's got nothing to do with believing in them. Now that I've been shown the real thing like this, there's no possible way to deny it. And now he's perfectly primed. He is at optimal trauma to be convinced that Oyashido's curse is real. Even the nations of Europe, with all their beautiful landscapes and legends, were like a maelstrom during the terrible witch hunts in the Dark Ages. Outsider. Yes, that is the word I was looking for. It's well known that the era gave birth to countless gruesome forms of torture and execution. Japan was the same way. Didn't it have its own era of hellscape-like torturous feasts because of religious suppression and things of that nature? Hinamizawa itself had such a period. It had that much history behind it. Even in Europe, land of the witch hunts, that was all far in the past. No more than a series of historical events, and in this stage nothing that abnormal would ever happen. That must apply to Hinamizawa as well.
中世の暗黒時代とかがそうだったように、ひなみ沢にも暗黒時代があった。そういうものなんだと解釈します。本当にひなみ沢でこういう恐ろしいことがあったのだとしても、それは大昔の出来事なんです。
The only difference is in Hinamizawa, every age is the Dark Age. Just ask Rika.
今暮らしているひなみ沢の人々とは何の関係もないことです。
前原くんは本当にひなみ沢が好きなのね。
You know what would have been amazing is if right just now, before this scene, we were at a completely black screen, and we know that this chapter is pretty infamous for its like close-ups. I think it would have been perfect for us to be on this like black screen, and then Keiichi says, what is it? They don't have anything to do with the people living in Hinamizawa right now. And then right after, as soon as it pans to this shed again, or this storage again, it was just a close-up of Takano with the most creepiest expression. That would have been perfect. I was kind of waiting for it. I was hoping it would happen. Because I think, oh man, I think that actually would have got me. But maybe we'll get it later on in this visual novel. It didn't sound like she was making fun of me, especially because we know she's trying to spook Keiichi. Takano-san gave me a light smile.
でも、高野さんはその風習が実は現代にも残っているんじゃないかと思って研究をしてるんです。そうでしたよね。
Shion suggested something that made my heart leap into my throat. Are you telling me that all these horrible things are still going on even today? Maybe.
これ本当に内緒なんだからね。
Lay it on us.
しおんちゃんは理解のある人だから話したけど、他の村人には聞かれたくないの。下手をしたら罰当たり者ってことで袋叩きにされかねないんだから。
Shion flashed a devilish smile as if reveling in the immorality of it.
前原くんも内緒にしてね。知られたら私、お社様のたたりに会うか、生贄にされちゃうかするかもしれない。
Okay.
たたりなら、今年はどんな死に方をさせられちゃうのかしら。
Like, who says this? What sane human being says this? Oh, I wonder what kind of death we're gonna get this year. Like she's talking about the weather or something.
生贄なら、鬼ヶ淵の沼に生きたまま沈められちゃうのかしら。そういえば今夜よね。お社様のたたりがある夜は。
The night of Oyashido-sama's curse. Takano-san said, bringing her face right up close to ours, as if to say that she had the choice. She'd rather suffer the curse. If she had the choice, she'd rather suffer the curse. That was what she seemed to be implying. So she'd rather suffer the curse than to suffer whatever the hell her fate would follow in this area. Nobody gets that excited about the weather. True, actually. Technically, the term foreign is way more broad than we use it for. Yeah, I think that's why I didn't want to use that word to describe Keiichi. But like, yeah. I see what you're saying. Takano-san took a fairly worn notebook, a scrapbook perhaps, out of her paper bag, then began to flip through its pages. There were all sorts of references and newspaper clippings attached to them, and it had all manner of things written inside. So this 100% proves that it was her scrapbook, even though we all probably knew it was hers already, especially you guys. The letters were very small and bunched together, so I couldn't tell at a glance what it was about.
本当は国会図書館で当時の新聞を探したいんだけどね。ほら、ここ。
A photocopy of a page from some book was slid into the notebook, and it too was written in small, tight lettering. Like the other pages, I couldn't tell what it was about just by glancing at it. Hmm.
これは実際にあったお話よ。
Oh, interesting. Let's see.
明治の終わり頃にね。
All right. So, I don't know about you guys, but this has been quite a lengthy chapter. So I think now is the perfect point to call it for today. Just before we dive into another one of Takano's stories. Or I guess it's not really a story, this is an actual recorded event. But just before we dive into a whole nother can of worms, or another can of worms, I think this will be the perfect place to call it for today. So, let me save. Alright. And we can, let's see, turn that down for now. And crank up the tunes. See if I can find it. Where is it? I'll just do this. Wait, is this what I think it is? I think it is. Anyways, thank you all so much for stopping by the live stream. I appreciate every single one of you guys. I had a blast this stream. This stream was nuts. It went in so many different directions, from like super brutal, gut-wrenching stories to like very creepy, ominous like environments, to everyone goofing around at the festival. And honestly, this was super fun. This would put us roughly halfway Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. We're only halfway into episode 6. Oh my god. This is insane. At the start of this, Lucifer-chan said we were at episode 6. And now, after a 4-hour stream, we're only halfway into episode 6. Oh man. But you know what? It makes sense. Because the visual novel does go a lot more in-depth into these scenes. So it's like what happens in the beginning of episode 6 and the end of episode 6 is much more expanded in the visual novel. So that makes sense as to why it takes so long to make so little progress throughout the anime. That 100% makes sense. To be fair, Dean Higurashi is condensed as hell. Oh yeah, 100%. I 100% agree. And I'm sure I don't even know the true extent because I haven't finished the visual novel. Yeah, the anime cuts a lot out. Yeah, for sure. But, oh man, this was a fun stream. I had a blast. Thank you all for coming by. I appreciate every single one of you guys, whether you've just now jumped in at the end, you jumped in sometime in the middle, or you've been here since the very beginning. Thank you all so much. I'm glad all of you were here to make it to this grandiose return of Higurashi live streams. I want to try to get back to doing this every single week now that the holidays are done for. And I also want to try streaming games over on Twitch. So I'm going to be announcing that sometime in the near future. And we're going to be starting with Nier Replicant. So, if you're interested, make sure to head on over to the Twitter. Head on over to the Twitch and follow, and I will keep you guys updated. But anyways, thank you all again. And with that, I will be ending the stream. So, I hope all of you guys have a good rest of your day, and I will see you in the next one.